I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to quickly say how much I appreciate all of our communities, how much they have reached out and hope to help out with the tragedy in Western North Carolina. It's an ongoing effort that I expect will be long-lived, and so I hope that we can continue to keep them in our thoughts and prayers and continue to plan for their needs as they change as the winter comes. But for anyone here who has been helpful, I do appreciate it. All right, I will let Town Manager Parsons move on to you for your comments.
Thank you, Mayor Clement, and I would just like to echo your comments regarding the community in general and all of the efforts that have been made toward our fellow North Carolinians in the western part of the state. Certainly recognize our police and firemen that have actually been on the ground there helping communities, but also any number of staff and individuals involved with the town that have been helping through other means, through coordination and various support groups and answering questions from those colleagues that maybe haven't been through any sorts of disasters in the past. So there's just a lot of effort going on, and our hearts certainly go out to all of them. Relative to your agenda this evening, pretty concise agenda, although a number of hearings to be had. The consent agenda only contains one item, which is the adoption of 3 budget amendments that have been submitted by the Finance Department. The first is dealing with the demolition liens that I understand you all spoke with Assistant Manager Cameron about at the last work session. It just simply makes the money available to effectuate those. The second being the street sweeper that we approved back at the budget, and you may recall that at the time, based upon the projected revenues, et cetera, we had planned on taking out a loan for a 3-year term on that street sweeper. You have all been receiving the monthly sales tax receipts that have been coming in since that time. Tess and I, the finance director, spoke, and we felt that rather than going out for a 3-year loan on that street sweeper and paying the current interest rates as they are in the market, we were actually in a position that we are recommending that that sweeper be purchased with cash. So these budget amendments do the following. They simply reduce our revenues by the anticipated loan money that would have come in. They reduce our expenditure by the amount of the P&I that we had intended to pay in the spring on that first loan payment. And then it will actually increase the expenditures or recognize the difference between that. It'll buy the street sweeper. Let me just simplify that much. So it makes this happen so that Mr. Albers can actually get that sweeper in place, and we'll simply pay cash for it. And then finally, the third amendment, in reviewing the Knoll Road contract with NCDOT, we discovered that there is a potential holdback of a certain amount by the NCDOT for any review of plans and or inspection that they may ultimately have to do on Knoll Road. So Tess has asked that we simply reduce the amount previously appropriated by that holdback. In the event that DOT doesn't hold it back and we're able to spend it on some construction, we'll come back and shore that up at the end of the project, but this just simply makes that project amount that we had put through previously through the agreement with DOT whole. So those are your 3 budget amendments this evening, and I'm happy to take any questions or request adoption of the agenda.
Any other questions?
I have a question. On the ordinance regarding the street sweeper, I'm just trying to understand how, and I apologize, you guys may already understand this, but it shows a decrease installment purchase for heavy equipment for roughly $75,000. So that was the down payment.
That was, well, not the down payment, that is the P&I that was planned to be paid. Typically, we would have taken this out in the fall. We would have had a payment come due in the spring.
So
That was the estimated amount that we had put in the budget, so we're just.
So that is in this current year's budget?
That is in this current year's budget,
Okay.
yes.
And then the financing proceeds, $400,000.
That would have been the amount of the loan we would have taken to purchase the street sweeper. And we're not taking a loan now, so we're reducing the revenue line item by the $400,000 that we would have received from the bank to pay cash.
Okay, I'm getting it now. And so then the fund balance appropriations is the difference?
Yes.
And,
Because the loan would have gone out the door to pay for the sweeper, but now that we're not taking the loan, we need to bring fund balance forward to pay for the sweeper.
So when was the initial plan to purchase it? Like what month?
Like anytime around now, we would have gone out and put an order in. And
Okay.
again, it may have been delivered by the end of the year. Sometimes these things get delayed. They seem to be readily available now.
So okay, 75,000 was P and I for those,
Yes.
okay, so we're.
I mean, I understand the confusion. We have two items under decrease that add up to,
475.
yeah. But then if you subtract 75,000 from the 400, you get the increase.
The
It seems like
325.
it would have been, like one of those numbers should have been in parentheses or negative, but
But
I see.
$75,000.
Yeah, I've made
See what
this same, yeah, and instead of them being in negatives, it's, if you look to the left on the amendment and the line item is there, that's actually a revenue line item
Okay.
as opposed to an expenditure. So it's a decrease of anticipated revenue.
There's no increase for that corresponding $75,000 in fund balance, or, I guess is my question. If you have it in your budget, as a, if we have it in the budget for $75,000, oh, we're just taking it out,
Yes.
basically? Okay, so we're
Yes.
not adding it back, because we're
That's
taking it
correct.
out. Got it. Okay, I'm good.
Comment, if everybody would indulge me, and then I'm going to put away my phone, which I hate to have out during a meeting. But my neighbor, who is military, had received the following text message from a friend in Marion, North Carolina. Hey, thanks for reaching out. We're good up here. Fortunately, no damage to our house, but lots of mud, et cetera, et cetera. We'll take it a bit to clean up, but more inconvenience than anything else. In fact, I just spoke with several Southern Pines firefighters who are up here helping the city of Marion restore the water service. One of the main intake pipes is above my property. So we're out there doing it. It's cool. That made me real proud.
all right, are there any other questions on the budget amendments?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Instead of agenda, the consent, I just need a motion to approve or adopt the
The
agenda.
agenda. I make a motion, we adopt the agenda.
Thank you. All right, all in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. And then now we'll move on to public comments. We do have a sign-up sheet at the end of this long table. Oh, you already have it? Okay, do we have anyone? Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak during public comment? Okay, seeing none. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Councilman Goodman, would you now like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to the public hearings. We have 3 quasi-judicial hearings this evening. The quasi-judicial hearing is evidentiary, meaning it's like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must take its action, must make its decisions. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The board's discretion is limited. The board must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the standards and the ordinance and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and standards, not personal preference or opinion. Participation is limited. This meeting is open to the public, and everyone is welcome to watch. Parties with standing have a right to participate fully. Parties with standing are limited to the applicant, the local government, and individuals who can show they will suffer special damages. These parties may present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Other individuals may serve as witnesses when called by the board. General witness testimony is limited to facts, not opinions. For certain topics, this board needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impact on property values and projections about impact of increased traffic. Individuals providing expert opinion must be qualified as experts and provide the factual evidence upon which they base their expert opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. At this time, we will administer the oath for all individuals. Actually, Attorney McCarley, would you like to qualify us before we swear in? Okay. We will move forward with affirming anyone who would like to speak. Anyone who plans on speaking on our first hearing, sorry, I'm jumping back between things, SU-03-24, the 148 South Hardin Street decision, will you please stand up? The applicants as well. Yep, stand and raise your right hand. Attorney McCarley, would you like to qualify the board?
Does any member of the council have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that is not susceptible to change?
No.
Has any member of council had ex parte communications about this matter?
No.
Does any member of council have a close familial business or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No. Was that a no?
Does any member of council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Does any party wish to challenge any member of the council on the basis of impartiality? In that case, Mayor,
Okay.
it's yours.
Thank you. Now, before we proceed with the presentation, because we have 3 different quasi-judicial hearings, I would like to ask the members of our council to hold questions till the end of each presenter. These may be quick hearings, but just to keep everything organized and on the right direction. Hopefully that will make it a little bit more efficient. And first, we have Director Grieve from the town of Southern Pines to give council and public an overview of the project.
Good evening, members of council. BJ Grieve with the Town of Southern Pines Planning Department. I will begin this presentation of application SU 03-24 with a story. Well, actually, let me first ask that the planning staff report from the packet be entered into the record as Exhibit A, and that planning's PowerPoint deck that I'm about to go through be entered into the record as Exhibit B, please. A couple of months ago, the Simons stopped by our office to ask about the feasibility of building a new storage shed on a piece of property they own on Hardin Street. And so they said, we have a couple of existing sheds on the property. We looked up the property. It was zoned Office Services, OS, and asked questions of the Simons, and what we quickly learned was that the subject property has no primary use. It only has 2 existing accessory uses. If you could go to the next slide. Oh, hold on, let's see if this works. I had a hunch it might not. Did that do it? There we go. The subject property is located, it's 3/10 of an acre, located off of Hardin Street. It's such a nice evening, it's almost possible to go to a site visit, a walking site visit, because it's about roughly a total of a block away. I'm going to approach the screens here and point out a few landmarks to get oriented. This is the Douglas Center in which we are sitting right now. If you go out to Pennsylvania, right out here, you make a left and you make the first right. The funeral home that is on the left, if you go to the next slide, please. The funeral home that is on the left, the McLeod Funeral Home, is on the left side of the road at that point. And if you turn to the right, next slide, please. This is the subject property on the side of the road. You can see that presently there are 2 storage sheds on the property right now. One was built in 1955, one was built in 1980. And the Simons stopped by the office to ask about the feasibility of building a new storage shed for personal use only. And the technical correct answer is that would be an accessory structure, and there's nothing on the property that would be accessory to. So the rules say that you have to have a primary use in order to have multiple accessory structures. However, the UDO has a provision for, so therefore it's a nonconformity because it has 2 existing accessory structures without a principal use. The UDO has a provision for that. The UDO has a provision that allows for expansion of a nonconformity subject to a special use permit. Next slide, please. This is what the applicants would like to do. This is a 30 by 50 aluminum shed that the applicants state in their application materials in writing that is for personal use. They've stated in their special use permit narrative as well as in their project description, how they intend to use it, what they intend to store in it, and it is all for personal use. It is not a commercial use. Now, the property is zoned OS, so if developed differently, the property has a variety of commercial uses that could be allowed, but in this case, they've stated on the record as part of this application, and I'm sure they'll state that here again tonight, that it is for personal use. Therefore, since it's for personal use, it's not subject to architectural code because it is just a personal use shed, but does require a special use permit because it's an expansion of a nonconformity. If you go to the next slide, please. A special use permit has 6 criteria. Those are the special use permit criteria that apply to every special use. And then when you're doing an expansion of a nonconformity, there's an additional level of review to make sure that this nonconformity isn't somehow a problem in the neighborhood. If you go to the next slide, there are 8 criteria for expansion of a nonconformity. The staff worked with the applicant to go through all of these criteria, received from them information that was added to the packet to document compliance with all these. And the last material we received was on September 16th, documenting that the building will be no taller than 10 feet to verify that the structure qualifies as an accessory structure based on the location and the distance from the property line. So with that, staff is good to go. We are recommending approval. We have drafted a findings of fact with 15 findings for your consideration, the first of which is the application is complete. All of the remaining are tied to these criteria, both the first 6 are the special use permit criteria, the last 8 are the nonconformity criteria, expansion of a nonconformity criteria, and staff is recommending approval. Any questions for planning staff at this time?
Go ahead.
I was supposed to ask questions of planning staff, and you said wait till
Wait to the end of each.
To your knowledge, has there ever been a principal use on this property?
To my knowledge at this time, I'm not aware of one. Although I believe the applicant would be in a better position to speak to the history of the property. Yes, sir.
And do you have any questions for Dr. Reeve?
No.
All right. Would the applicant like to present as well? Or if the applicant will come up for just questions, that is acceptable as well. And would you guys mind introducing yourself when you get to the podium?
I'm Elaine Simon, and this is my husband, Orbia Simon.
Thank you for being here. Is there anything you all would like to speak about as far as the application or the project?
No, because I think the planning department staff has been very thorough, and we're here in case you have questions.
So my only question for the Simons is, when I have attended funerals there at the funeral home, is that the lot where everybody parks during a funeral?
In the past, we've used it for parking, but at this point, we're thinking since we no longer have the funeral home, that we're using this for personal use now.
Okay, got it,
And
okay.
Right. There was an overspill. The parking was on the side and in the back of the funeral home.
Okay.
And then if we had overspill, we would just let them park in that,
Right, okay.
right.
But if you need us to, Ann, we can put up a large fence and say no parking.
Okay.
You good? Okay. Okay, thank you both for being here.
Okay. We thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing there are no other questions and no other presenters, is there a motion? Close the public hearing. Sorry, I would like to close the public hearing. Thank you, attorney. Page 10 of 150 has draft motions.
There's no one else has any comments after public hearing? Everybody good?
Correct.
I think I'm
Did you
good.
want?
To adopt attachment 1 of the staff report as findings of fact regarding the proposed special use permit SU 0324.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Before we vote, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Approved special use permit SU 0324.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Is there any discussion?
Sorry.
All those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Simon. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the entire quasi-judicial spiel again. What I will say is, for the second one, we do have to swear in. Will you have to, I guess we have to be, okay, okay. Anyone who plans on speaking. Okay, we have,
There you go.
thank you. Public hearing B, MAPP-01-2 for Highland Hills Townhomes, quasi-judicial hearing. Again, it's a quasi-judicial hearing and is fact-based. Anyone who is willing or is planning to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Thank you. And now we have Mr. Broadwell, Planner 1, to present on behalf of the town of Southern Pines. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I'm going to keep skipping over you, thank you.
Does any member of the council have a fixed opinion prior to this hearing that is not susceptible to change?
No.
Has any member of council had ex parte communications about this matter?
No.
Does any member of council have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No,
Does any member of council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
no,
Does any party wish to challenge a member of council on the basis of impartiality? No. Record says no. Mayor, it's yours.
okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Broadwell.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is James Broadwell with the Southern Pines Planning Office, and I'll be presenting the Highland Hills staff analysis and our recommendation. I also do want to enter into the record our staff report as Exhibit A and this presentation as Exhibit B. I'll first just go through a wide area overview, project overview, and then get into some important site details and our recommended conditions before handing it over to Kuntz Jones for their portion. Nope. All right, next slide. So first, for where we're talking about. So the subject property in orange there, it's in the northeast part of our ETJ. It's roughly a quarter mile to the west of where May Street intersects with US 1. I'll also point out Highland Hills Golf Club just to the east there as well as a reference point. And as for the zoning, it is zoned RM1, which calls for 10 to 12 dwelling units per acre, which this does fall in line with. You'll also notice that on Northwood Drive is zoned RS2, and then the actual golf course is zoned FRR to the east. All right, now for some overview of the project. The first thing I want to mention is that this is within the high-quality watershed, and it will require a 570 exemption to go along with approval. I will note that that is not already written into the motion, so should you all decide to grant that approval, we'll just have to write that in, is all. Next, it is within the urban transition highway corridor overlay, and that'll be our second talking point to get into. Dover Street is a private street, which is owned by the current HOA in that community, and Highland Hills Road is an NCDOT owned. As for utilities, those will not come from the town. Those will come from Moore County. They're going to install a sewer pump station and the water utilities as well, excuse me. And then last one, this is within an active red-cockaded woodpecker foraging area, and that'll be the first point that we get into. All right. So this is the preliminary site plan. I will let Trevor from Kuntz Jones get into the more details of it, but just want to refamiliarize yourselves with it before I get into our key details. You'll see that 18 of the units are going to access off of Dover, and 8 of them will access off of Highland Hills there to the south. You'll also notice a 15-foot side buffer on all sides, and then a varying buffer in the highway yard, which we'll get into as well. And then, sorry, go back real quick. And then you'll notice those existing townhome lots in the middle, those 4 units, those are the same ones that are in the multicolored photo. If you could go back one slide. That multicolored building structure right there in the middle. That's what those are. All right, we can push ahead. So the first one I want to talk about is the red-cockaded woodpecker active foraging area. As you all know, any development in a certain radius of Fort Liberty must solicit feedback from the Regional Land Use Advisory Council. As RCW habitat, degradation within that radius does affect the viability and flexibility within the Fort Liberty training area. And in this case, they did confirm that this site is active. An MAPP criterion 2 calls for compliance with all state and federal regulations. And to comply with the Federal Endangered Species Act, staff recommend a condition here that calls for the applicant to do 3 things, which is 1, conduct the study, amend the site plan according to those studies' findings, and then verify it with staff prior to any clearing of the lot itself. I can't speak to all the nuances.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, what you just said? The 3 things they're required to do?
Yes, ma'am. Just do the actual study on the red-cockaded woodpeckers, and that's usually through U.S. Fish and Wildlife. There's a number of folks around here that do these studies from time to time. And then whatever findings come from that, I have to adjust the site plan accordingly, even if, well, there may not be any adjustments needed at all, but we have to verify that. And then before any lot clearing takes place, verifying with staff as well. All right. But I certainly can't speak to all the nuances of this. I do want to make clear that the town is not the actual enforcer of the fines and so forth. We're just making sure that compliance with the federal regulation is all.
If I may, just to clarify the record, since it is QJ, I think I heard the question what they're required to do, and I'm reading this as a recommended condition. So I'd just like to clarify which is the case. This is a recommended condition from staff, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And not necessarily a requirement unless you recommend it, so.
Okay. All right, we can push the next slide. Okay, so next is the highway yard buffers. So the urban transition highway yard requires by UDO a 50-foot highway yard buffer and 15-foot side yard buffers. Now, highway yard buffers are very important to both retain the natural character and providing a barrier for noise and sight lines between the highway and adjacent property uses. This site does have a very unique layout, though. You'll see that kind of 2 separate entities with a connecting parcel there. And by enforcing the very strict 50-foot buffer, that is very restrictive to the viability of the project itself. Now, UDO 438 calls for variations being authorized in instances like this. And Gerald, if you wouldn't mind going back to slide 5 for me real quick. I'll show you what this variation is looking like. So the highway yard,
Yeah, you're good. It's picking you up.
apologize. So the highway yard buffer we're looking at is this section here. And you'll see 10 feet right here next to the townhomes, where this actually does intersect with the townhome lot itself, to its deepest point, 40 feet down by the stormwater management pond. I'll also note that this light green area that you see is where it overlaps with the actual townhome lots themselves. And this is just to, and then there's also going to be a landscaping easement associated with that to prevent the actual owners from just clear cutting it after the fact and getting rid of the buffer that is required. So with that said, there is some gray area here. On one hand, by applying the buffer and all of its rigidity of 50 feet, that does affect the viability of the townhome project. It may eliminate up to 3 of those units. On the other hand, by reducing the actual buffer, we're also taking away a lot of that natural character, especially as you're entering town from US 1, and some of those noise and sightline barriers for not only the future townhome residents, but also the current existing neighbors. So where's the balance? And as we met with Coons Jones on September the 6th, we ultimately determined that comparing the negative impact, which there's negative impact no matter which way we look at this, it's really just a question of who it is, that the greater negative impact was in this case on the applicant. So that's why we've come forward with this compromise of a highway yard buffer. But regardless, I do want to mention the gray area that is here just for your thoughts. From there, in that context, I do want to pivot to the side yard buffers, and this is the part that we do still recommend a condition for. If you look at that picture on the bottom right-hand corner there, that was taken from the subject property looking at 211 Northwood Drive. And you'll see once clearing and vertical construction does happen, privacy is going to be all but gone. And what our condition says is to restrict the use of a landscape bond or a subdivision performance guarantee to ensure that some level of privacy is restored before vertical construction happens. And the reason for that, and I'll just kind of paint a plausible picture here, is that when any developer on any site applies for their final plat, they can go vertical construction. If for a myriad of reasons they decide that using a landscape bond is warranted here, bonds typically start with between 1 and 2 years, and the applicant has the right to extend that bond more or less indefinitely. And so we could be looking at 3-4 years before this neighborhood street has some level of privacy restored. And by putting these buffers up on the front end before going vertical, we're at least restoring some level of privacy that will only expand after it goes in at that time. With that said, I do have one more note. On the staff report on page 17, the actual condition language, after speaking with the applicant, how it reads is a little convoluted, and it also applies to all side buffers, not specifically this western property line. So I do recommend we change that wording a little bit. And I've put up on the screen is what the recommended changes is to. What it does is it just delineates on the western side of the subject property, separating townhomes from existing RS2 residences. And why we've drilled down that western boundary is because a lot of those side buffers, especially where the townhomes are really close to the property line, it's easy to foresee how all the vertical construction might trample that landscaping. We have to go back through and replant. And those side buffers also have buffering between the current townhomes on their own property. So this isn't really an issue for those neighbors as it is for the Northwood Drive ones. All right. And these,
Do you have more presentation?
I do.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't want to interrupt.
And these next few are pretty straightforward. Next, we have Dover Street improvements. As you can see with that picture, Dover Street has a lot of potholes and needs some improvement. And our recommendation for a condition here is pretty simple. It's just to meet the minimum asphalt thickness standards according to NCDOT and the access standards according to our town UDO. The applicant's very much on the same page with this one on how it needs to happen. And then as for that utility note at the bottom, that it's not a condition. This is just, I wanted to highlight again, because we, the town, are not providing utilities. It's coming from Moore County. They are installing that pump station on the northern side of the property that will service all the units on the north and south side. And they will be able to meet fire flow requirements and all those sorts too. All right. And the last note is the phasing plan. And this is what the applicant brought forth. This is what they would like to do, which we as town staff are quite fine with, is break the project into 2 phases. Phase 1 being that blue outline, which is all the southern units, all the utilities infrastructure, and then Dover Street improvements up to that T6, unit T6 driveway, which is where that blue line stops. And then phase 2 being the yellow outline, all the remaining buildings, and the remainder of the Dover Street improvements minus the cul-de-sac. All right. And that brings us to our final recommendation, which is certainly approval with those 4 conditions, which seems like kind of a bit. But anyway, yes, it's the red-cockaded woodpecker study, and then amending the plan according to its findings, putting in the side buffers on that western side, improving Dover Street up to town and DOT standards, and then the phasing plan and going along with its narrative as well. And then I do have the final note there too about we'll just need to include the watershed allocation with the motion.
I'm sorry, say the last part about the watershed allocation, please, again.
Yes, ma'am. The actual approval for the 570 is not pre-written into the motion. So should you all choose to allocate, we'll just need to write that in.
And is it your recommendation that we do allocate
Yes, ma'am.
570 of watershed?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question whenever.
You can, if you have questions, yeah, please.
I have 3 questions. You'd mentioned that the preliminary plat on the, on the preliminary plat page, if we can go back to that, you mentioned an overlap of buffer and townhome lots.
Yes, sir.
And that is the genesis of why you want to have an easement to control that buffer, correct?
Correct, yes,
Or require an easement. So can you show me where the overlap is?
absolutely.
Hold it real close.
So the area is outlined in this light green color right here. The dark green is platted separately, and that's going to be controlled by the HOA and not an actual townhome unit owner. Right here, the owner of unit T7 is also going to own this light green outline. However, written into the deed, there will be an easement, or probably into the HOA. It's really up to the applicant how they want to tackle this one. But how we would recommend is they write it into the covenants of the HOA, dedicating this part as a landscaping easement to the HOA. So they still own this as part of their property, but this part remains dedicated as that easement.
Okay, because it appears on the lot lines there that that's not a part of the lot, and maybe that's a question for the applicant at that time, but you see where the lot line, I think, stops short of that area, but I guess
That-
it's going to go to the boundary?
That line is the buffer line, and I'll let Trevor correct me if I'm misrepresenting this at all, but that's the buffer line. The actual lot line doesn't actually come all the way out to the property line here.
Okay, I'll save it. I'll save it for the applicant. All right, and then the second question is, you mentioned that the road Dover should be improved to NCDOT standard, and then you also had said the town standard. Is there a difference, or are they the same?
There is a difference. So there's a new statute that NCDOT is more or less the standard bearer for asphalt thickness, and we can't really deviate from that. So that's the standard that we have to abide by as far as the actual thickness itself.
On private roads? Okay. And then on the phasing plan, if we can go back, that one right there. So the pump, the sewer pump for the entire development is in phase 2?
No, sir. So all of the utility installations will happen on phase 1. And that's written into, you'll notice on condition 4 and their narrative as it goes. All of the utilities will go with phase 1 as well.
Right, but the pump location is in phase 2.
The location is, but the actual pump station will be a part of phase 1.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's all I have.
And just to verify, the request for the planting on that western end is regardless of which phase begins first, because I know we say 1 and 2, and it kind of makes sense because of how Dover lays out. One's going to go first on this one, but just for clarification.
Sure. So how we've written it is that they may apply for final plats separately by phase.
Right.
So they could, so like on phase 1 on the blue line there, the western side buffer that encompasses just that southern portion is what would be tied to for that phase, totally independent of what's going on in phase 2.
So theoretically, phase 2 could be platted prior to the placement of that buffer.
Theoretically.
Okay.
Or,
That's all I.
sure.
Yeah. And again, probably not likely because the sewer station's got to go in and Dover Street, how it lays out, but just for verification.
I understand your question, and I understand the root of it, which is the issues that have come up as a result of non-sequential platting. And the way it's written right now is the applicant shall install all 15-foot side yard landscape buffer, and then the new language on the west side, and then it goes on to say, prior to the town issuing final plats.
So it's any final plat. Thank you.
I would be able to strongly interpret that as any final plat, yeah. If there's a desire by the town council to clarify that further, certainly, but that one is I feel comfortable with that.
Questions for James? Okay.
So I'm looking at a 10-foot buffer, required 10-foot buffer, and you're talking about a 15-foot buffer. Speak to me like I'm a fifth grader and explain where I'm wrong.
The 15-foot buffers are just on the sides.
Okay.
In fact, Gerald, if we could just go back to slide 5
And should there
again.
be a 15-foot buffer on the street pursuant to the UDO? Is that an exception you're asking for? Or they're asking for?
Do you just mean along Highland Hills Road?
Pardon me?
Along Highland Hills Road?
Where the 10-foot buffer exists, and you're talking about making that a covenant that runs with the land? Why is that just a 10-foot buffer? Why isn't that a 15-foot buffer?
That's part of the variation
Right.
that we apply with the project.
That's
as
the
far as
variance, and tell me about how you and the planning department weigh whether this is a bigger problem on the applicant or a bigger problem for the environment / the neighbors? What is the process that one goes through when making that fairly bold assertion?
That's a great question. Well, there's a
Thanks.
lot of gray area there. And UDO Section 438 does allow staff to apply some level of discretion there. But you're absolutely right in that this is a pretty gray spot, and I definitely wanted to highlight this for you all's awareness, and certainly if you disagree with that assessment, for sure.
But what was your thought process that made you come down on the side and say, oh, this is a far larger version on the applicant?
And then that's just the viability of the project. There's really no way to strictly enforce that buffer without eliminating at least 3 of those units.
So did you address the possibility of eliminating 3 of the units with the applicant?
We did. We talked at length about that on September 4th and 6th, and this is ultimately where we arrived.
Okay. And as to the red calcated work paper, which just makes me nuts, let me just say, it makes, do you have anything other than hearsay evidence from anyone regarding the study of the red? Generally, we get a letter, which is clearly hearsay, and I keep saying that's hearsay. Has any human being with expertise talked to you, and are they in fact here tonight?
The letter we got from the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission, I can't speak to where they derive their data from.
Right.
But their data confirms that this is an active foraging zone, and that's why they're highly recommending that we confirm or deny the location of cavity trees if there are any critical foraging area. Because if there was, and subsequently those were removed, fines of $50,000 and so
Right.
forth could be associated with the
But
property.
you have not talked to you have just read a letter from them. You have not talked to a person.
Actually, in this instance, the letter that you're referencing is the one that we have not received. They're requesting the study and that letter that you're discussing.
Does it feel like that's the cart before the horse? Does it feel like maybe we should answer that question before we move forward with anything? And why would we not do it that way, where we say, there's a possible environmental impact, and let's address that so we all know what song we're singing, you know?
How we've written the condition is that no clearing would take place until the study takes place.
But that just requires the study take place, and there's no revisit a hearing once. I mean, we're being asked to make a decision without having the information that we should be applying to the decision.
I think some of these questions are probably appropriate for the applicants as
They
well.
may be, but I also think the planning department, there are questions I want to ask the planning department, that I'm not comfortable with that. And then when the planning department comes in and says, so this is our recommendation, and we think it's a bigger burden on the applicant, I have a really hard time saying the environment and the neighbors don't matter. I have a really difficult time saying that. So,
If I could just dovetail on Councilwoman Peterson's comment, the recommendation page, could you pull that back up again? I thought part of that was, no, not that one, the one where you had the 4 recommendations. I thought, yeah, this what I was looking at. So, conduct the study, amend the site plan if necessary, and confirm. So in other words, if the recommendation letter, which we've not received yet, because they would be doing that, if they said you can't build, let's just say worst case scenario, you can't build because, these woodpeckers are really, would then the planning department just say, no, you wouldn't be able to do it? Am I right, or?
Well, I suppose
sorry.
in that case, that'd have to be cavity trees basically all over this property. And to adhere to the Federal Endangered Species Act regulation, then yes, you could not cut those down.
I guess my point is just that I know we're waiting on that letter, but they still have to come back to you and get that approval from that particular study before any further development can happen, even if we were to approve this recommendation tonight.
Correct. They'd have to do the study and then confirm it with staff at site plan review.
Plan could change and could substantially change. And so we could be approving something that completely changes between now and when they're able to build.
We have no control to address any alterations. I'm just real, I mean, maybe I'm not getting something here, but it just really is bothersome to me that we're being asked to approve something where we don't know what the environmental impact is, and that really concerns me, that BJ's dying to talk to us. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question too, please? What does amend the site plan look like if the RCW report comes back? And what is that process?
I'm going to zoom up for a second because I do need to talk about the process we attempt to administer and the product we attempt to deliver to you here this evening.
Right.
And the multitude of balance points we attempt to achieve. And I will try to be succinct, I promise.
And I appreciate you doing that, and I appreciate the planning department, and I trust you all completely, and I really do want to understand this. I'm not just trying to be ornery here.
We spend most of our days trying to achieve a balance between regulatory burden and private property rights. We are hyper aware of when I say regulatory burden, what I mean is anytime there is a regulation, it is likely been adopted for a reason, but it may be burdensome to someone, financially, in whatever reason. People have private property rights, but we also have rules and regulations that we have in place for a reason. Okay. When an application like this for a major subdivision preliminary plat comes to us, we're aware that it is a quasi-judicial decision requiring the application of discretion by the governing body. That means there's a multitude of things that are suddenly open for requiring the applicant to submit evidence either in advance so that we can review it and make a determination on and work with the applicant to see if it meets the criteria, or to present, they can present it at the hearing. If they present it at the hearing, we appreciate your support that you say, well, has the planning staff seen this? And if we say no, then you say, well, continuance, and that's helpful to us. Now, in doing our job to deliver to you that balance point. Now, coming into a situation like this, what would be ideal would be for every application to submit a pile of evidence that we can then sift through, that they've borne the burden of proof that every single criteria has been met ad nauseum. That would be the diamond standard, right? Every project's a little different because that diamond standard is burdensome to the applicant to provide piles and piles of evidence for every single project. Imagine the last special use permit providing piles and piles and piles of evidence about every imaginable thing related to the criteria for review. So what we do is we try to achieve a sweet spot where we look at it and we say, based on the reasonably foreseeable impacts of this, and we try to err on the side of caution on behalf of neighbors, on behalf of the comprehensive plan, on behalf of the public. So we look at this one and we say, well, yes, it is true that we could say, you really should submit a red-cockaded woodpecker study by a qualified professional, such as the names you hear, Jay Carter, et cetera, with your application. We can see it and see that it says there's no issues and we can move on. Or we can send, that's an option. If the town council were to say, we never want to see another quasi-judicial decision until that's been done, we can administer that. You see, so there's this level, we're trying to hit this sweet spot, because if on the other hand, we say, we're not looking at anything you submit to us until we've got that diamond standard pile, you all will be the first to hear from the development community who are complaining about how difficult the planning staff is to work with and how this pile of diamond standard evidence is absurd for the Simons shed. And so where I'm going with this, and I appreciate you hearing me out, because you're hitting at the root of something that we think about and struggle to do right for you every single day, literally every hour of every day when we're doing these packets. Okay, so for this one, they don't have an RCW study done. We send a comment off to the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission. They come back and say this is potentially this was designated as not critical habitat. Active foraging area. An active foraging area, we look at it and we try to balance. If we call the applicant and we say we're gonna put this on the shelf until you submit a red-cockaded woodpecker assessment. You will lose 30 days minimum, possibly more, while that person goes out and does this. We know it's an active foraging area because the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission has told us that, but we don't know for sure that there's any actual cavity trees on the property. We don't actually know what's going on out there. It's possible there's nothing, it's possible there's something. So that assessment becomes relevant, but holding it up pending that assessment for a project of this scale, we have to balance the burden to the applicant of that, and then we have to balance that with the cost benefit, if you will. It's a weird phrase to use, but trying to say, whereas what would it be if we just put a condition on there that said you are going to have to do it, and then if it comes back that there's something, they're going to have to show that to us. We see them all the time. Those RCW analyses are written up. And then if they come back and they say there's a cavity tree on the southwest corner of the property, and they recommend a boundary around that, usually those recommendations, if there's a cavity tree, is not, you may not develop within a half mile of this cavity tree. It's usually, yeah, it turns out there's a cavity tree, put a buffer around it. They apply their expertise of how big that buffer should be or what mechanisms they should use. And in that case, they might lose 2 units of the building on the southwest corner in order to accommodate this. And then they have to assess, they have to modify the preliminary plat accordingly, modify the plans accordingly, and we see it at engineering plan review when they come in for the review of Dover Street. That's the engineering plan that comes next in the process before they can even get their final plat. So we see it at engineering plan, it buys them some time. They can't even get to final plat, to plat these lots until the engineering plan comes in, and the engineering plan is where we verify the RCW. So we feel, based on this balance, that that is appropriate as we attempt to deliver it to you. But I want to add in conclusion, that's just what we adjust every month when we come here and listen to your comments and listen. To do my job, I'm listening to the inflection in your voice in every single comment you make, trying to pick up what a majority of the council wants to hit that balance, that sweet spot. If a majority of the council feels that this is an inadequate way to move forward, we can receive that feedback and we can say, look, I'm not delivering to the town council anything unless it's already got its woodpecker letter. Right now, there is a little bit of a challenge in that the UDO does not even contain the words red-cockaded woodpecker. The UDO simply has a criteria for major subdivision preliminary plat that it be consistent with applicable state and federal regulations, so we're trying to hit that sweet spot. Thank you for your patience while I go over that, because that was a lot.
No, that's great. Go ahead. Do you have a question?
So this is a question, I'm actually glad that you're up here about it. So being that this property is in our ETJ, and you can't annex into the town after it's been subdivided, they're hooking up to Moore County utilities, so it will never be a part of Southern Pines. It will always be in the ETJ or Moore County. Is that correct?
Purely for clarification, you cannot annex into the town as long as it remains satellite. So there is the opportunity that at one point it becomes contiguous, and then that subdivision thing.
But right now, it's not contiguous to anything, okay.
Likely to be, based entirely on the fact that you've already heard this is all Moore County utilities. A lot of the types of things that drive annexation have already been sort of addressed by others in this instance.
We have an interesting component to this, which kicks this off, which is it's already zoned RM1, which is our densest multifamily zoning out there in the ETJ. Now, getting back to that tipping point of private property rights, if somebody comes in and we look at it and say, well, this seems a little dense, or this seems a little, quite frankly, we just look at the zoning and we say, you know what, at the moment you're in front of us talking to us, the zoning is the zoning. And whatever that zoning allows for, one way or the other, the only thing after that is if you're doing a major subdivision preliminary plat, we do look at the comprehensive plan. But in this case, the comprehensive plan mimics the existing zoning, and it's pretty consistent with this intensity at a 10 to 12 units per acre density.
Key point, and I won't speak for our planning department on this, but if this application were in front of you out in the ETJ, asking for rezoning to do this sort of density and requiring a watershed permit, I'd probably not be entirely in favor of it. But this is something that has
Different
been
analysis.
zoned this way. It's basically infill to a previously approved development plan. So it's a very different scenario than if this were greenfield development out in the ETJ somewhere.
It's a watershed allocation.
Yes, and I'm not recommending against that because of the nature of it already being zoned, already having been planned for some density, et cetera, et cetera.
I want to say one more thing. Last month, or a month before, either 1 month ago or 2 months ago, you asked the question, in the future, when watershed exemption allocation requests come in, can you make sure to do an analysis against the criteria? And that is in your staff report. So the criteria for exemption allocation for reviewing a request We did go through each of those criteria and provided staff's take on it, so it is not, you might say, free of analysis. It is in the staff report that breaking that down, because you requested that specifically.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, Planner Grieve, I think your process is reasonable and logical. But going back to my question on what does the process look like? So if there is a RCW issue, obviously they still have to comply with all the conditions that we decide on tonight regarding setbacks or buffer areas. It would not increase the number of units.
That's one of the critical points. What you would be approving tonight is the maximum.
Correct.
Nothing will be added. The only thing that could happen is that things will be taken out of it.
Correct. So that process, though, would be TRC process review, not a council process.
Correct. That's when we would look at it. At the technical review committee, we go over an awful lot of stuff, and the conditions of approval of a preliminary plat are factored in. So we would look at those conditions and say, where's your woodpecker letter? Where's your woodpecker analysis? Woodpecker analysis, hey, this says right here, you got to stay 30 feet away from a cavity tree that was found in the southwest corner. Did you modify your plat accordingly? Well, we moved a building around a little bit and lost one unit. We'd look at it and say, okay, you lost one unit from the building. You moved the building a little bit. Now, there's also the UDO covers major versus minor modifications.
Right.
And what's administratively approvable as a minor modification. Anything too big, if they come in and they say, well, yeah, you know, it turns out there's a woodpecker, there's 2 cavity trees. We want to now take this entire building, we want to move it over here, put it next to this building, put a courtyard between the two, get rid of this buffer over here, have all of it access off of Dover, because we really need our lot numbers. We would look at that and say, most likely, because it changes some of the gold standard things of major modification, we would say, you got to go back through preliminary plat review. So the only thing that would, yeah, that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think that was my question too, is if it went to the technical review board, we would not necessarily see it unless and until there was some significant change.
Yes, and I will say that I generally err on the side of caution when it comes to authorizing administrative minor modifications, because I'm aware that you saw something, and so I make sure that it falls within the black and white of administrative minor modifications.
And is my understanding correct that we have identified the expectation of cavity trees on this property? Am I wrong about that?
Please explain a little bit more what you mean by the expectation of cavity trees. We've identified the expectation.
I mean, that's what caused your concern. What triggered your concern regarding the red cockaded woodpecker?
A comment from the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission. And the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission is the entity that responds on behalf of Fort Liberty, because it's a state statute that any development activity taking place within a certain distance of the base, that we send these notices to them. And of course, one of their missions is habitat protection of the red cockaded woodpecker, because it has to do with their operations on the base.
And maybe to even dive a little further, the area is designated as an active area, not necessarily this parcel, which is where the survey comes into play.
You're complying with North Carolina General Statute 160D when you're.
Regarding notice to the Regional Land Use
base.
Advisory
Right.
Commission, but with regard to why is this relevant, it's because we have a criteria for major subdivision preliminary plat that would be consistent with, well, number one, because the Regional Land Use Advisory Commission sent us this notice, number one. Number two, because why is it relevant? It's relevant because there's a criteria that you are consistent with applicable state and federal regulations. Now, you can imagine.
Yeah.
The challenge there is to say, well, we're not going to go out and find every state and federal regulation and enforce it. But when one comes to us, we're going to say, that's relevant. We're not going to ignore this. It's a fact. It's the pile of evidence. It came to us, so we're going to put it out there. On this same side, if every Regional Land Use Advisory Commission letter that came in that said, hey, this is an active foraging area, if we said, recommend denial, that would be challenging in terms of administering growth and respecting private property rights and the ability to develop. So we try to hit that balance point and say, what does it mean? What's reasonable to require? When do we have checkpoints that we can verify it? And it's interesting to me as we sit here and talk about this, because we do spend so much time having good, tense, at times, back and forth with the applicant about what we're trying to do to protect the public's interests. while at the same time respect their private property rights
Right.
and represent this. So
Right.
it is funny to be standing at the podium doing this when in previous days we were, arguing with developers.
Right, no, I appreciate that, and I understand that the planning department lives on a tightrope. I understand that, where you're
Thank
trying
you
to
for your
balance
understanding.
everything. And I appreciate you, and I also, with Asheville having been literally knocked off the map and looking at environmental issues and sedimentation issues, I'm pretty ripe to be concerned about that being addressed before people come to us to ask for us to approve something. I think it's really important that we respect the land.
I want to I'm sorry. You go ahead. I just want to clarify, the comment that I made before to you, Planner Broadwell, I was not trying to dismiss in any way the oversight and the very careful detail that you give to every project that comes before you. Poor example, and I apologize for that, but the main point I was trying to make was just that we know you're going to make sure that everything is just as it's supposed to be, according to our UDO, according to what we would want, and so I apologize to you. Poor example. I saw the flush in your face. I said, "Oh, Deborah, you didn't say the right thing." So,
Well, I promise I didn't take it that way, so, but thank you still.
Can we move either, I think it's just forward or backwards a slide where it has the rewritten condition on the RCW letter?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says condition 3, and then if you go back to the page we were just on, I think it says condition 2. So I just want to make sure that, yeah, because this condition 3 is Dover Street improvements. So if we can just make sure that that gets corrected on your all's notes, so if sometime someone goes back and looks at this, they're trying to figure out why there's an RCW note on Dover Street improvements. Can I gauge
Absolutely right.
the temperature of the council on the RCW habitat letter and the administrative, like giving our staff administrative authority over that enforcement?
Kind of like I said before, I think that BJ's process is logical and reasonable.
Okay. Councilwoman Peterson.
Planning Department as well.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said. I'm sorry.
Trust the Planning Department.
And I am obviously really interested in, if there's an environmental impact, that we are given notice of that prior to being asked to make a decision. I think it's really important. And I have other issues about, I mean, I'm concerned about the variance with the 10-foot buffer. I'm concerned about the fact that when we're doing a development, we're just simply asking for the asphalt as required by DOT. And I'm wondering why we're not requiring gutters and curbs. Again, I'm on a real sedimentation kick here tonight. And I'm also looking at roads in town that don't have gutters and curbs and looking at the work orders that are having to go in for people to deal with the fact that the edge of the road is falling off after the water comes through and has its way with it. So,
All of those things, there are ways to, if a majority of the council wishes to require all of those things you said, with the exception of the thickness of asphalt, because that's a state statute issue
Understand.
that is
That's
clear
DOT.
that the town can't exceed that for private driveways. Other things such as, there's a variety of things. Again, what we're trying to do is deliver to you what we think is the sweet spot of balance.
right,
But the only reason I stand up to say this is because, hey, if a majority of the council wishes to have a discussion that takes us a direction, we will learn from that in real time and adjust for the next month and the month after and the month after of projects, because we're always trying to tie projects back to the criteria. You can't make up anything that's arbitrary and capricious. You know,
Right.
You
Right.
really need to focus on something that has a clear breadcrumb trail from a criteria to a evidence
right,
put before you, either facts or expert testimony, and then a reasonable imposition of a condition that is approved by the applicant. Otherwise, if not approved by the applicant, is a strong enough basis for denial that
Right.
without mitigation by the applicant in the form of a condition would otherwise be. So I say all that because I'm just thinking, okay, if those are important things to you, we can have that discussion, and we're happy to.
I think historically, those were important things to the town, and I understand that you probably weren't born yet when I was aware of those, and also dinosaurs might have been roaming the earth, but curbs and gutters are pretty important as far as the infrastructure that we put in place. And that used to be a requirement with developments, and I'm not seeing that. And and you can tell, your picture that shows the potholes shows there's going to be a sedimentation issue. Potholes are created by that. So I think we're making a mistake unless we hold people accountable for doing it right. I want it to be.
There's definitely quite a few questions there that are ready and primed for the applicant.
Yeah.
You also, and I'm going to defer to Mac on this and not expect him to necessarily know the answer off the top of his head. But I think in this instance, the DOT versus town can't increase the requirement thing may go beyond thickness of asphalt to include things like curb and gutter. One, because it is a private roadway. And two, even if it were not a private roadway, it lies in the ETJ and under no circumstances should ever be dedicated as a town roadway. So at best, if it's public, it may be a DOT roadway, which is then going to defer to their cross-section.
Right.
And correct me on any of that. But I think this is a little bit different scenario than if we were talking about an infill development in one of the subdivisions incorporated to the town.
Correct on all points.
Right, and I think, but I think that it's pretty important that we look at that because just since, I'm not been on the council long, and since I've been on the council, there are then people in developments, and I understand what you're saying about ETJ, it's a different situation, but then there are people who want to give their roads to the town, and we take over the maintenance, at which point we are left holding the bag with a road that washes away, and I'm thinking 20 years out in the future.
Absolutely. You have no idea how much. I absolutely appreciate that recognition, but I will also say that under no circumstances, under a vast majority of circumstances, the town council is never required to dedicate or accept for maintenance a road in that scenario. And where the
Right.
town has been very successful in the past is as groups have come before us in those instances, there have been actual instances where we have had them improve it to a town standard, which may include the addition of a curb or a gutter. More often than not, it includes something to do with the asphalt or more specifically the subsurface, which is what you're seeing out here.
Which is what's happening.
Yeah.
Right, I understand
So
all that.
Again, it's very difficult to sit up here and tell an existing neighborhood, no, we don't want your streets.
Right.
But we have been pretty adamant and consistent in saying, look, if you will bring them up to this reasonable standard, then we will consider acceptance. And we don't want to create that scenario in the future where you have to keep asking for that.
Okay, so being that this is a quasi-judicial hearing about a piece of property that is in the ETJ, I'd like to move past the discussion of what would be required in town versus what is actually required on this project and give the applicant an opportunity to speak. Did you have another question for staff before they go? Okay. If the applicant would like to come forward, thank you, Director Grieve. Thank you, Planner Broadwell. Director. If it sounded like doctor, I meant director. Unless you've gone back to school and didn't tell us.
Dr. Pepper's a doctor.
Could give you an honorary from
Dr. Gray is
something.
a doctor. I can be a doctor. Good evening, council, town staff, and Mayor Clement. My name is Trevor Hansen. I'm a senior associate for Kunz Jones Design. Speaking on behalf of the applicant and developer, Moore HL Properties. Kunz Jones Design is a land planning and landscape architecture firm that I know you guys are familiar with, based in Pinehurst, North Carolina. Our company was established in 2013, and we've been involved in numerous planning and design projects within Southern Pines and throughout the state of North Carolina. I myself began working for the firm in June of 2020 and worked on numerous residential subdivision, commercial, and resort projects in the Moore County area and around the country. I was born and raised in Utah and graduated from Utah State University in 2005 with a bachelor's degree in landscape architecture and environmental planning. I have been licensed as a landscape architect in the state of North Carolina since February of 2023, and my license number is 2361. If you want to go to the next slide. So I know a lot of this stuff might be a little bit redundant, kind of repeating some of the same information that James presented. As you can see, the project site is highlighted with the two parcels there alongside US Highway 1, adjacent to the Highland Hills Golf Course within the town's ETJ limits. It is along Highland Hills Road to the south and Dover Street along the eastern property. Go ahead to the next slide, please. Some information about the site. The site is approximately 2.42 acres, currently zoned as RM1, which is residential mixed housing. I want to also highlight that the current zoning highlights that as approximately, or zoning to be able to contain approximately 10 to 12 dwelling units per acre. The existing use of the site is a vacant wooded lot. It is within the Watershed Protection Overlay District, and we have submitted a watershed protection permit as a part of our application. It is also within the Urban Transition Highway Corridor Overlay District. Go ahead to the next slide. So as you can see, there's I've kind of highlighted the adjoining properties. To the west is RS2 zoned single-family lots. In between, kind of sandwiched between the unique shape of the lot, is existing townhomes zoned as RM1, and directly across the road is the Highland Hills condominiums, which is zone FRR, but most of the condominiums along that road are either duplexes and fourplex units. So the proposed development is 24 townhome lots. Hold up.
What's the total acreage?
I think I had a typo on that. I apologize. Total lots proposed is 24 lots. The total acreage is 2.42 acres.
Thank you.
The minimum lot size is 2,222 square feet. Each lot will be sold as a single-family attached townhome, including the lot. Some details about the townhomes is they will be 2-story, 3-bedroom units, front-loaded units, meaning that you would access them via a driveway in the front that would connect either to the private alleys that we are proposing or Dover Street. The alleys are 20-foot wide and provide fire access to the units. Each unit will have 2 parking spaces, a single-car garage, and a parking space in the driveway. The open space that the proposed open space is 0.32 acres, approximately 13.2% of the site. Utility upgrades there'll be utility upgrades to the Moore County Water and Sewer. Mr. Humphrey from DNL Engineering will be able to speak to any details and questions you have concerning that. Stormwater management is indicated on the site plan, and we'll go to the next slide, please. Do you mind if I borrow the microphone? So if you notice, I've kind of highlighted each of the townhome blocks. T1 through T6 is a 6-unit block. That will be directly accessed off Dover Street. T7 through T9 will access off of this private alley, Pikesville Court. That's proposed private alley. And then T10 through T14 will be accessed as a 5-unit block, also accessed off Pikesville Court. And then within the northern cluster, T15 through T24 will all be accessed off Whistle Pig Circle. And then this provides emergency access coming off of Dover Street. As you can see, here's an example of one of the stormwater basins that will collect water from this parcel, and then 2 additional stormwater basins that will collect runoff from this cluster of units. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So kind of quickly to because I know you guys had questions about the buffers, this kind of is a little bit more clear graphic of what is being proposed. So the light green is the 15-foot side and rear yard buffers throughout the property. And then the dark green is the varied width buffer of 10 to 40 feet along Highland Hills Drive. Go ahead, next slide, please. I just wanted to say that we've worked very, very closely with numerous conversations and coordination meetings with both James and BJ to kind of work through these conditions and come to specific language on how they can balance administering these conditions, and then us being able to work with them based off potential burdens that we would face. If you have any questions about any of these conditions, feel free to discuss any of those with you now.
I believe our council will have questions. Goodman, would you like to start?
Yes. So is as the agent, authorized agent for the applicant is fine with the conditions?
Yes,
Okay.
they are.
Okay, and on the 10-foot buffer on the western side, I believe the side on Highland Hills, the dark green, so that property line for those last 2 units on, I guess, to the west, goes all the way to the boundary of the entire subject property.
So according to the zoning requirements for RM1 zoning, as it relates to townhomes, the exterior side buffers, which would be the outermost buffers of the townhome blocks, is 15 feet. So what you're seeing is the townhome unit 15 feet away from the right-of-way.
Oh,
That's what is showing. So the 10-foot buffer would be 5 feet offset from the building that's how we came up with the number of 10 feet along the lots. And then it would widen out into HOA-controlled, HOA open space areas. And we would widen it as much as possible. And then as it passes through T1 and T6, the corner of that T1 lot, it would narrow back to the 10 and then widen back out as much as possible. So it would be a varied width buffer. 10 to 20 feet was the number that we've
so I guess
estimated
there's
it.
not quite the possibility to shift. I don't remember the T numbers now, but the 1, 2, 3, the 5-plex and the 3-plex on the western side of this Plan West on this image, to shift those buildings north.
So Mr. Humphrey can speak more to the routing of and the specifications of the sewer easement, but there's actually a proposed sewer line
I got you.
running between
Yeah.
coming through here that connects into the lift station. And
Okay.
It requires an easement.
Okay.
And that's why.
Come to the microphone to speak. Thank you.
Lee Humphrey with DNL Engineering. There's a 30-foot proposed easement coming through, and we've actually taken the buildings and shoved them just as far
To that easement.
to that easement as we could, and we've actually put the easement on the neighboring property line because they had come to us and asked about the possibility of, in the future, tying into that line. So everything was pushed as far back as we could get it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilman Peterson.
So if you were denied the 570 watershed gift, how would you respond to that? Convince me that that makes sense. The watershed allotments are generally, we use those in town. That's pursuant to our own CLRP, that's pursuant to our policy. Why should we do 570 allotment?
I think the reason we think it's reasonable is due to the current zoning of RM1, which is 10 to 12 units an acre. At our current proposed design, we are at 10 units an acre. And the shape of the site is very unique. And I think that's part of the reason we think it's reasonable, because we'd be utilizing the land for what it's currently zoned as for a higher, denser, a more dense development.
And do you, you are trying to get us to average your buffer. You're saying it's 10 to 40 feet, but it actually should be, I mean, the variance you're asking for is to avoid a 15-foot buffer at all places on the property, right?
Yeah, I think it's because we want to, to achieve that density that it's currently zoned as, is why we've worked with the town to work with them on that buffer of that varied width buffer. And because of the need to route the sewer line, as
Right.
Mr. Humphrey.
Understand that. Did you at any time consider the 2 units, eliminating the 2 units nearest to Highland Hills Road?
Yeah, we did consider that in conversation, but
And tell me the result of that conversation.
we worked with the town, and they felt if we, I think originally our stormwater pond was pushed a little bit further in between the ones on the corner of Highland Hills Drive and Dover, and then the next one's over. We actually narrowed up that stormwater pond and made a little bit more room for it to save some of the existing trees that we've had surveyed in that area. So that would, we've gone around and made some modifications to our original site plan that they reviewed.
But you were willing to entertain the idea of eliminating those 2 units closest to Highland Hills and to then have a buffer that was more in line with what the UDO requires, correct?
I might have misspoke. I don't know if we entertained it. It was a discussion that we had. So, and we wanted to work with them to keep those units so that we could keep the density per the current zoning.
Right, and as a landscape architect, you understand the importance of the landscape that goes with, I mean, you're not an engineer and you're not an architect of buildings, but as a landscape architect, I would assume you would be amenable to that idea?
Yeah, I'm amenable to a beautiful landscape, and I know the applicant takes pride in providing a beautiful landscape around his townhomes, so.
And there is a requirement, as I read the information, there's a requirement that if these units were allowed to be built, there would be a covenant that would run with each unit that these would not be used as STRs, is that correct?
Yeah, a part of the CC&Rs would, a dedicated easement would have to be made within the lots where the buffers intersected, that the HOA would be responsible for maintaining them, and which would help prevent homeowners from wanting to remove or not take care of it. That's the reason that we added that in.
No, but I'm asking about short-term rentals.
I don't think BJ can speak to this, but I don't believe short-term rentals are allowed as a part of this zoning.
Because of the HOA?
No, because of the town, the zoning requirements.
That's something that you would comply with, that you agree to comply
Yeah, these are meant to be sold to homeowners and not rented out as short-term rentals. So.
Councilman Gray, do you have questions?
I did. It was in regard to the 10-foot buffer, but I feel you satisfied that, Mr. Hanson, so thank you.
I did have a question about for the 570 watershed allocation, what's the built-upon surface on this piece of land? What is the percentage of built-upon area? Am I asking the right question? Okay.
I think our impervious can go up to 70%, if I'm correct.
So I'm asking what it is before we grant it.
With exemption allocation, it can go up to 70%, yeah.
Okay. I'm very confident that's below that. I haven't done the exact calculations, but I know that it's below 70%.
Would have to be.
So, I'm sorry. go
No,
ahead.
it's okay. So my concern is not that you're complying with the 570 exemption.
Thank you.
It's that when we grant 570 exemption, it's with the intention of using the density that the zoning sets out, that 10 to 12 units per acre, so that we're not granting 570 exemption and losing acreage where it's not needed. So if you know the built-upon surface, I mean, I think that would be nice to know before we grant the allocation.
And you have no idea what the built-upon surface is. Is that correct at this time?
I'm sure it would be consistent based off the density that we
You don't know the number,
proposed.
right? Is that right? Just yes or no?
Yeah, I do not know the number.
Okay, does anybody involved with this project know the number? And you blindly coming in here and asking for 570?
Okay. Are there other questions for the
Yes.
applicant?
Yes. The maximum impervious surface in the ordinance without 570 is?
24% with stormwater management.
With stormwater management. Including stormwater management. Right, okay. So I think we know it's going to be more than 24% without math.
Yes, I can look at that, and yeah, it's more than 24%, yes, sir.
So, and also I wanted to clarify a couple of things. It's really kind of questions. One, our comprehensive long-range plan specifically speaks to wanting to use 570 in the downtown, not the town. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
I'm more than happy to look for that very quickly before I say that
Well,
it's
here's the
exact.
reason why I want to clarify it. Being conscious about our ETJ partners, I believe that our 570 acreage includes ETA acreage, correct? Correct. So it's not to use ETJ 570 acreage in town. And I think that's the way it could have been interpreted a while ago. But I think that what we had spoken to in our, was to basically place emphasis on 570 in the downtown. But that is not, I don't think that was ever construed to be that we are going to use, our focus is to use acreage that we've gained through our ETJ only in town.
Okay, so there'll be some 570 exemption in the ETJ, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Policy 4.8 talks about evaluating current watershed regulations in the town and revise if necessary to support the 2040 comprehensive plan. As an administrator, what I take from that policy 4.8 is we have a comp plan that calls for growth in certain areas and calls for a lack of growth in other areas that cannot efficiently be served. And so there are areas that are not downtown that still call for, in the future, both presently, so those are the areas labeled as areas to enhance, areas to transform. And we have, for example, a number of areas designated as activity centers, future activity centers, that are within the watershed that would therefore warrant substantial allocation. And so that's the test. If someone comes in and says, I would like to do, 3 units per acre, out in the ETJ, let's just say for the sake of this example, horse country, out in the ETJ, and we want to do 3 units per acre, we're going to be at 27% built upon area, but we'll need exemption allocation and we'll need 30 acres of it. We would do everything we could to convince them in advance of getting to this point, that's not a strategic use of exemption allocation. Please don't even bother. We're going to recommend against that. But if someone comes in an area that is designated as this area is with a product that is a desirable missing middle housing type, and this I'll add at this point, just so I don't have to remember to say it later, influenced the decision on if you go with a 50-foot buffer and you look at the layout of that parcel, sort of C-shaped, it chews into that developable area and reduces a housing product of missing middle townhome density that is called for in the comp plan in an area that's zoned for it, that they're proposing to put in the infrastructure to serve it, and you say, we would lose those units. So that factored into consistency with the comprehensive plan. Again, housing, we look at housing right now very seriously down to the numbers in terms of what we can help bring in the missing middle range.
Yeah, I was just mainly clarifying that being within the corporate limits of town is not the litmus test for getting a 570 exemption.
What he was explaining was what I was saying earlier about wouldn't normally look to give watershed credit in the ETJ because a lot of our ETJ is RR, RE. Not the case here. This is existing zoning. It makes sense from that standpoint. And just to be clear in my response to your question, 570 credits are based upon the planning jurisdiction, which includes the ETJ. So it's not that there are specific credits tied to the town or the ETJ. It's just that that acreage is already included in calculating what 5% of the planning jurisdiction is within which a credit up to 70% impervious could be granted. So I wanted to make sure in answering the question, I was clear in what that meant. It's not so much that there are specific credits designated, it's that the amount of total credits we have includes acreage in the ETJ because that is the planning jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Hansen?
Good.
Mr. Hansen, is there anyone else with the applicant who would like to speak?
Not at this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, does the council have any other questions for staff before we close the public hearing? I can't. It's quasi judicial, so I can't. Okay. Is there anyone else from the public who considers themselves to have expert testimony or fact-based evidence regarding this hearing? Okay, seeing none. Would you all like to have any other discussion or questions before we close the public hearing?
I did wonder what was the temperament, the view of those people in that community about this particular project. I did not ask you that, Mr. Hansen, when you were up here. Are there good feelings about your project?
Our client can speak to it, but I know that they've been in contact with the condo association across the road, making them aware of the improvements.
I'm sorry, just come to the microphone. We can hear you fine, but if anyone's watching on YouTube, you can't hear anything.
Yep.
Thank you.
I do know that our client has been in contact with the condo association, so residents across the road about the project and that making them aware of the upgrades that would be coming to Dover Street based on the phasing plan. I know that they don't know. He had said that they didn't know of anyone who was against the project from those residents. So.
Are there residents present who could speak to the character of the neighborhood?
Do I fall into the category of permitted?
So you're welcome to approach the bench if you'll please give your qualifications on why you believe that you have expert testimony and fact-based evidence.
My name is Tricia Donadio. I live at 201 Northwood Drive, which is an adjacent property on the back side, not in the development itself. And I would not say that I'm an expert at all, but in answer to Ms. Peterson's question, whether, how the neighbors feel, while the developer may have.
I have to stop
I don't-
you.
Sure, I don't know
No, it's
what I'm
okay.
allowed to say.
No, it's okay. So
Yeah.
it cannot be how the neighbors feel.
Okay.
It could be the character of the
If
neighborhood.
you would like to speak to the character of the neighborhood, you can do that.
So in terms of.
Hold on, pause
Yeah.
just one more second.
Uh-huh.
I see our attorney has his microphone, so I'm going to allow him to speak.
She can give you her opinion.
Okay.
It's not an expert opinion, it is a lay opinion of an adjoining property.
Okay, and so it would be your opinion, not the neighbors, because then that would be hearsay. So your opinion.
So I can give my opinion of
As
the
long as it's
character of the neighborhood?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as it's the character of the neighborhood
Okay,
and not
that's
property
fine.
values and
Want to
traffic.
make sure we're all following the rules.
Yep,
So
thank you.
my opinion of the character of the neighborhood is that it is in the ETJ, and it is heavily wooded.
It is mostly single-story homes and single-family homes. And in regards to the zoning, my interpretation of that is, in fact, that at a previous meeting, it was noted that while the RM1 zoning is current, it is also unusual for its location. My opinion of the character of that is that that is unusual with everything surrounding it.
Do you know the density of what's surrounding it?
My street, I think, is RS2. I'm on Northwood Drive. I would say I think that that is probably what is around it on the other parts that are not the golf course.
Okay.
And not including Dover. So obviously on Dover itself, it's different, but the side immediately adjacent to it is RS2. And it is single-story, single-family.
And the properties, so this is a C-shape plat, and the properties that are in the middle of it, what do they look like? We have a picture. Can
The
staff bring up that
properties in the
picture?
middle of the C shape
Yep.
are, I think it's a single unit of 4 two-story townhomes. So on that same street, it would be similar to the ones that are kind of in that C shape, but not similar to the ones on Dover across the street, which are mostly duplexes and single-story.
Can staff bring up the photo of the existing structures? Council, do you have other questions?
No, no, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. As a neighbor, have you been notified by the developer with regard to these potential plans?
Is that okay? No, I've gotten the notice from the town about the planning board meeting related to this subdivision, and a notice from the town that the subdivision plat would again be discussed before the town council tonight. So I have received that from the town, but nothing from the
applicant?
From the applicant.
Has not notified you?
Before we judge the applicant on that, staff, is the applicant required to provide notice to neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. Are you?
No, excuse me, is the applicant required?
No, yes, is the applicant required to provide notice to the neighbors? Okay, so I don't want to judge or leave a negative bias on an applicant for doing
Correct.
something that
It's
they're not
my
required.
understanding that they're not required to do so.
Okay,
They have not done so.
okay.
Although they just asserted they had in fact been in touch, was my understanding.
My understanding was that they've been in touch with the people on Dover Street, but not on the properties that would be adjacent to the new buildings on the, I don't even know, it's a west and south side.
Thanks.
So thank you for pulling that up. I was actually looking at the image on page 72 of our packet as well. That is the, I guess you can tell it's 4 units.
Clarify on the condos across the road.
When you're at the microphone, yes. Thank you.
So if you could pull up that last aerial there. So there are, I believe, 4, so as Dover Street comes in and so as Dover Street comes to the cul-de-sac here, there's 4 fourplex condominium units, which are 2-story units, and then there are 2 duplexes down here. So these are, the duplexes are 1-story, but the fourplexes are 2-story.
Can you speak to the density of the surrounding neighborhood? So the zoning that you're under right now, because you're not rezoning, is 10 to 12 units per acre. Is that
Correct.
what the surrounding neighborhood? Is there anywhere in the neighborhood that is 10 to 12 units per acre?
Well, I don't know what this is in relation, but this this is, the existing townhomes would probably be consistent with that. I'm not sure exactly what this would be measured with because this is zoned as FRR, so.
Okay.
If we just go back to the third slide, it has the zoning overlay up right there. So that's RS2 to the immediate west, RS3 on the north side of the property, and then FR on the east side there. We did actually look this up as in our part of our analysis is like when this became RM1, and the earliest map we could find, 1981, it was zoned just that. So our only best assessment is that the units that were built on the other side of Dover probably date back to around the 70s, and it's been the case for a while.
Okay. So the intention was always for this land to be more dense, or dense, 10 to 12 acres per unit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Goodman.
Do we know how many units are across the street? Duplex and. Not the ones in the C, but across the street. Do we know how many units total that is, approximately?
Off the top of my head, I do not. Does the applicant?
We can look it up, because this owned actually the same, right? According to this. And
So there, you can see the fourplex units in part of that larger parcel. And then I had seen, these are duplex units here. I don't know the exact number. And then I didn't view anything out here because that access is off of Highland Hills Drive, or Highland Hills Road.
I struggle with it not fitting the character of the neighborhood when we're not changing the zoning. I don't know, I struggle, yes, please, Director Grieve, or Dr. Grieve, whichever you want to refer to it tonight.
I would like to try something here. I would like to call a witness.
That is acceptable.
Yeah. We're gonna.
If you can let us know who the witness is.
I would like to call Mr. Greg Braswell. Is that the name? Did I get that right? Yes. All right, please. Mr. Braswell, thank you for coming up here. Can you please tell the town council your address?
It's 211 Northwood Drive.
Can you point to your property on the map, please?
And the second lot,
Could you go approach yeah, thank you. Mr. Braswell, can you tell the town council, come on back over here to the mic, please, sir. Can you tell the council how long you've lived at that address?
24 years. Built the house 24 years ago.
You built the house and you've been there for 24 years. Mr. Braswell, on October 2nd, 2024, did a member of our staff visit with you at the property?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And can you tell the staff, can you tell the council what you did with staff while you were out there?
We just walked around the property, just looking at the setbacks and the buffer.
Now, there is a criteria in subdivision review that the proposed subdivision will not have detrimental impacts on the safety or viability of permitted uses on adjacent properties. Number one, would you say you are an adjacent property? Would you say that you presently are the owner of a permitted use, detached single-family residential, on an adjacent property?
Yes.
And would you say that you would be able to speak to the proposed development's potential impacts on the viability of your use, a permitted use on an adjacent property?
Not quite sure
Yes, staff,
exactly.
can you repeat that question?
Okay. So the criteria is the proposed subdivision will not have detrimental impacts on the safety or viability of permitted uses on adjacent properties. The reason we called this witness is because when we were thinking about the western buffer and the debate we were having with the applicant at that time was the issue of the potential for delaying planting of the buffer until, with a bond, after final plat has been granted, after construction begins to occur, after vertical construction has been occurring, and with a two-story townhome we wanted to get a feel for, because at that time, we were talking about an undisturbed buffer. So we went out to the site and we found that in the 15 feet adjacent to your property line, can you tell the council what you and Mr. Broadwell found within that 15 feet of the fence?
PJ?
Yeah.
Get him to stand at.
There you go. There you go.
So basically 15 feet, I thought it was a little bit, the setback was separate of that. It's a 15 foot, it's 30 foot setback, part of that is 15 foot. So basically, the one picture that was showing is that property would be 15 feet from my property line. So it's a 2-story, 4-unit building, 15 foot from my property line.
Well,
Or,
One other thing I want you to do, you need to describe what he pointed to, because that's not in the record. It just says he pointed to something. You need to describe what he pointed to.
okay. Let it show for the record that, I forgot your last name again.
Braswell.
Thank you. I got Broadwell and
That's
Braswell, and that's why I was,
exactly-
okay, I was like, wait, Braswell, okay. Mr. Braswell approached the map and pointed to the location of his property, the proximity to the subject property, and that was what he was pointing out at that time.
And where is it in relation to the boundary line?
Got it.
Which side?
Mr. Braswell's subject property is west of the subject property, directly adjacent to the west of the subject property, and he shares a boundary with the western boundary of the project, which is the subject of discussion related to the buffer and the proposed condition by staff.
Can Mr. Braswell describe his property? Is it a 2-story fourplex? Is it a single-family home?
Single-family home,
Single-family home?
Yes, ma'am.
How many square feet?
1,700.
Okay.
And within 15 feet, your fence, on the other side of, from your property, you got your cedar fence, correct? On the other side of that, within 15 feet, how much vegetation is there?
It's kind of sporadic. It's a lot of junk, really. Grapevines, just old growth, just natural growth.
Yeah, so what happened was when staff visited the site, walked the site with Mr. Braz, what we found was that this area was not going to be a great undisturbed buffer because within the actual 15 feet, there wasn't much there. So we pivoted to discussing a planted buffer, and then the discussion came to staff's concern, which is we have many experiences of landscaping being bonded for at final plat, then being postponed through phase 1, through phase 2, through multiple phases until the end of the project when everything is done. And then staff has firsthand experience with still having to chase down getting that planting done after everything is done. So the concern by staff, and I'm trying to, and I appreciate your patience with me, because is that I'm hoping to get Mr. Braswell's observational experience as being an adjacent landowner, that the viability of the detached single-family residential use on his property will be negatively impacted by a lack of a buffer through the entire timeframe of construction. So after final plat, after construction begins on phase 1, after phase 2, et cetera, that if the trees are planted prior to final plat, as by the way they're required to be done, it is actually, that is the requirement, it's just they can bond for it. In this case, that buffer being postponed 2 or 3 years would better protect the viability of permitted uses on adjacent properties by planting it sooner rather than later. And that's where I'm trying to go with that and get his expert testimony. So to that end, that's why I was trying to introduce the premise of it, of you being able to speak to the viability of your land use on the property and how the planting of a buffer sooner rather than later would be better to protect the viability of an adjacent land use. All right. And
Can I
I think
ask-
at the last time there, at the end there, I think I was leading the witness a bit, but bear with me.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Braswell, you mentioned the 15-foot landscape buffer, the 30-foot setback, but then you said that the adjacent property building would be 15 feet from was it the same question? Okay, but it is actually, no, I think it's 30. It's 30.
It's 30, I
Okay.
misspoke.
No,
I
that's okay. I just
thought
want to make
it
sure that we had the
was-
right numbers.
When it said 30-foot setback, I thought it was 30 plus 15.
Yep.
And that's really,
It's 15 from your house to the fence, and then another 15 from the fence onto the other property, is that what you're saying?
No fence, I think 15 of landscape buffer.
15 feet of buffer from
Additional
the fence.
15 of setback.
Right.
then the setback, so it's 30 feet from the
Okay.
property line.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's actually, the setback is, wait a minute.
This right here says 15-foot buffer,
Correct.
and then this says 30-foot setback.
Which includes the buffer.
Along Mr. Braswell's property.
That space right there is 30 feet.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I was thinking about the one to the north, adjacent to the property to the north of Mr. Braswell's.
That is a little
That is a
bit further.
greater distance.
BJ, while you're holding a mic, I'd like to ask a question if I could. And it's actually one I don't know the answer to. So, because Highland Hills even far predates my 20 years here, you have, and you deal with this all the time, and we deal with it with Mid-South, we deal with it with Tullamore, we deal with it with National Number 9. All of these golf course communities were sort of done at slightly different times and done slightly differently. Is Highland Hills one that you've got a thick file on? And what I'm getting at is this discussion around how did RM1 ever end up out there and single family was built, but I'm almost wondering if it wasn't planned at one time around the golf course and the original developer had an idea of, I'm going to do some single family homes, I'm going to do some multifamily or denser type of thing. And it's just that 30 or 40 years, however long Highland Hills has been out there, we're just now seeing this product come along. I think you're following me. I may have lost everybody else, but is this one that has its own little separate file and history, and this was something that was planned in the 80s or 90s, and we're just now seeing it come around?
The answer to your question is, it very likely has an entitlement file within our filing system. But the second part of your question is this one that we've had to dig into exhaustively and create that file, so therefore I can speak to it with great expertise? The answer is no.
And I haven't
yeah.
seen applications out here much in 20 years, so I didn't know the answer to it, but it just feels like another one of these unique scenarios that was planned long ago and has taken many decades to play out.
That was one of the reasons we looked at the zoning history of the subject property to see. We rolled out the 1981 zoning map that we try to roll out as infrequently as possible because it always does damage each time we roll it out. And this was zoned RM1 on that. Yeah, so it's been this way for a very long time. Relative to my age. Some other people in the room might think that's not a long time at all. I don't know what you're talking about, but some people might think that's ancient. I don't know. To me, yeah. All right, I'm gonna say thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it. Yep. And I just
Thank you,
wanted to
Mr.
add.
Braswell.
Yep.
How does the council feel about the variance on the buffer from Highland Hills Road being reduced in order to allow this many units? Anyone can answer, I'm sorry. It's just a staff, and is a question to council.
I am opposed to a variance on the buffer. I am not opposed to the project as a whole, as long as neighbors are protected by a buffer with a bond, and that buffer precedes any of the development. But I also would want to eliminate the two units that are right there on Highland Hills, which is that's going to keep it's going to keep some green there. It's going to add some buffer for the highway. And my suggestion, apparently that's something you guys talked about before. I would not be opposed to moving forward if that were the case. I am really concerned about the neighbors and protecting them. And I understand your point. Affordable housing makes me happy. If it is indeed affordable, we'll see.
What if rather than reducing the number of units, if some of those units got smaller to increase the setback buffer?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Check to see if any council member has any other questions for any of the applicant
And
or
then close the hearing.
witnesses, and then close the public hearing, because it
I have a
sounds like
question.
you're into deliberation.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Mr. Hanson?
Go ahead and approach the microphone.
So T10, unit T10 and T7, all of these units are the same width. And do you
Correct.
know approximately what that width is scaled out on this piece of paper?
It's 22 feet wide.
Oh.
So these are very narrow townhome units already.
So narrowing it would really, like if you wouldn't really want to go from 22 to 17, but you could go from 22 to 20 times 3 units and gain that 5 feet or 6 feet in that math to add to that buffer. Is that something that maybe was ever considered?
No, we didn't originally consider that. We kind of had a floor plan that we were working with.
Okay.
So,
So you want a consistent floor plan, and you have considered eliminating those two, which would then open up more green space, provide a buffer, protect the environment to some extent, possibly even drop the amount of watershed protection you're asking for?
we had the conversation with staff about it. I don't know if we personally considered it. I think we had the conversation as they were asking us to consider it.
You never did drawings considering it. You just, a conversation, it was it. It was nothing firm or whatever. I get it. It was just a.
But it was a consideration.
A conversation. It was being considered by staff, and we had the conversation with them, correct?
I just have a question for staff, Planner Broadwell and Director Grieve. Do you feel comfortable with the 10-foot buffer? Without eliminating the other dwellings to reduce the number there?
Overall, yes. And I want to point out one more thing as to kind of why, getting into the whole comprehensive plan aspect of increasing housing density and that alternative options too. And Trevor, please correct if I'm wrong as I point this out. Yep. So as far as measuring what that 10 feet, or excuse me, that 50 feet looks like, this is 10, this unit's 22 feet wide, right? And then we've got 5 feet in between there, so this is 37 feet just to this unit, right? So in theory, you could probably push this back a little bit to hopefully just cut that out. That 50 feet is about here. It's a lot of wiggle room. And we're going with 3, but in reality, as they are on the margins of making everything fit, it might take even more than that. And that really is eating into the viability of this project. And that's part of what, in lieu of the comprehensive plan as well, where we came to this. So
Sorry, go ahead.
I certainly agree that this is very much a trade-off. And by reducing it to this extent, it does take away a bunch. So both options are bad, quite frankly.
So it's not just the viability of their project, it's the viability of being able to use the land as it's zoned. You couldn't get 10 to 12 acres with our setback requirements. Is that what you're saying?
I'm confused about your, yeah.
If they were smaller.
I'm confused about your 50 feet. I'm confused. You did not just take me on that journey you went on when you, if you would consider redoing that, I would appreciate it very much, because I want to understand what you're saying, and I did not.
So the highway corridor calls for a strict 50 feet buffer from the property line, right here. 50 feet is roughly here, just given this is 22, this is 15. So we're looking at about here is where that 50-foot line goes. And that would be straight across right here. And I'm sure the applicant could do some creative design in making them smaller, shifting it up, maybe moving some sewer easements around. I'm not going to speculate on that too much. But taking out 3, probably more, is what we're looking at here.
But I'm not asking for the 50-foot buffer. That wasn't my point. I was asking to eliminate the 2 units on the end so that you're not as low, you're not as minuscule as a 10-foot buffer.
So it's still going to be a variance. just not as much variance.
Yeah, it would still be a variance, but, and I understand the housing affordability issue, I understand all that, but I also understand that we've been here before when we're going to have a 10-foot buffer, and then our 10-foot buffer, surprise, disappears because, oh, it's easier to just clear. And then we're rebuilding that, and we're just going to leave that piece of land totally exposed.
Can that happen?
Yes.
I know, but in this scenario, the buffer isn't installed.
Well, if I, I do want to clarify that right now, there are no undisturbed buffers. So it is very likely, the buffers being described, is the dark green is not an undisturbed buffer, is it?
No, it's a landscape buffer.
Yeah, it's a landscape buffer, yeah. So the buffers we're describing are planted buffers, all of them, to be clear about that. You know, all the other discussion about, now, can it be avoided? No. What would happen is when this preliminary plat was looked at, when the engineering plans come in, the engineering plan has a sheet attached, which is the landscaping sheet. The landscaping sheet shows the location of the buffers. The buffers, capital B, has a certain planting standard that has to be met, and that buffer will then, that landscaping plan will show that, and that'll have to be verified prior to final plat or bonded for, with the exception of the west buffer. The reason why, for example, the south buffer, why we feel that in practice it may be okay to do a bond, is because much of that area adjacent to Highland Hills Drive will be heavily disturbed. And so if you were to say you absolutely have to plant all your buffers before final plat, there is a very good chance that you'd wind up replanting them, because certain areas around the construction site just wind up getting trampled continuously.
Right.
Yeah, and so that's why, again, that case we made about the west buffer, hey, look, it's far enough away from the buildings, it has this functional purpose, it really shouldn't be postponed, et cetera, et cetera. That's part of the basis for that, is that distinction. And then the 50-foot, you know, again, when you notice, when you approximate the location of that 50 feet, yes, to clarify Trevor's point, we had a conversation where we said, well, you could just lose a few lots and then you can meet your 50-foot buffer. And they said, well, here's the effect that would have. And so when you begin to look at moving that up and taking those units out and then all that other, and what that buffer would be, we are again trying to, and I'll just mention this one more, we're trying to balance, you know, this is still zoned RM1, it's still an area of town that clearly can support this, it is a product we're looking for, so that's the balance. Now, staff is whatever you would like to do, certainly.
And I will add one more factor for consideration in part of the staff's, I think, thoughts on this, because I know this goes on with many projects that come through the TRC. I had heard some thought or a statement along the lines of maybe by losing 2 units, 3 units, whatever it is, that we limit the amount of 570 being used. It's actually just the inverse of that. Because of the rules under the 570, the 2.42 acres is coming out the minute you go to 24.1% coverage.
Right.
At the point at which you're going to grant the 2.42 acres, there is an argument for maximizing the use of that acreage you've granted now for how many ever units up to 70%. Now, what we don't know is whether this is 45 or 55 or 65% based upon the questions of council and no answer. However, there is at least a factor to consider that in losing 2 units, you're still going to be granting the same amount of acreage of
Right.
watershed.
I understand what you're saying.
So-
Thank you. That's clear. Thank you.
I appreciate you mentioning that, because that is a factor that comes in too. Once it's granted, you say, well, now that you've got it, let's use it. You know, that.
So between this green strip of land, the darker green strip of land on this map, what is between that and Highland Hills Drive?
Great question. There is some landscaping in there. Yeah, that area adjacent to the property. And then there's some more trees between Highland Hills Drive and US 1. And if you'd like, I can pull up some drone photos of that whole cross-section.
It would be nice if you would, but I think my question gets to, this is not right up against the road. It's not 10 feet setback from the road. There's something there. There is easement.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you all want to see that? Or do you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question.
ahead.
And on the southeast side, so the highway corridor overlay is measured from Highland Hills? Is that correct? Well,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead and answer
can you
question
repeat that?
first.
No,
I'll
I'm
ask
sorry.
you- Go ahead and finish that, and I'll ask you when you're done.
You know, if you look at the staff report, just to use something that's already been entered into the record as an exhibit, if you look at page 4 of 20 of the staff report, you can see the vegetation to which I'm referring, and I spoke incorrectly, I apologize. The boundary between Highland Hills and the subject property is mostly a ditch, but the vegetation that I was thinking of is between US Highway 1 and Highland Hills. And it is there, and it does, and I'm more than happy to pull up a drone image that paints that picture very well, but yeah, it is in that aerial photo as well.
Yeah, no, page 4 of 20. Yeah, it makes it very clear.
So my question is more about highway corridor overlay. Highway corridor overlay along that section of the road is measured on this side of the street from Highland Hills?
It's measured from the edge of the highway right-of-way, and Highland Hills is a service road essentially within the NCDOT right-of-way.
Right. So, and on the other side of the street, on the southeast side, it's measured from the edge of the right-of-way of basically US 1.
Yes. The highway right-of-way through there includes both lanes of US Highway 1, the median, plus the Highland Hills functionally service road.
Right.
Just to paint the
So it's
picture.
actually, the highway corridor overlay measurement is much broader on that side of the street than on the opposite side of the street because of the service road.
Yeah, you could, functionally speaking,
Yes.
I understand
Yeah.
your statement, and yes, functionally speaking, if you are viewing it from the motoring public going southwest bound on US 1, it would appear larger because the right-of-way is on the far side of Highland
Yeah.
Hills, yeah.
Does that make sense? What I was asking.
Yes. All right, Ms. Council, additional questions for staff or the applicant? I'm going to close the public hearing and allow the council to discuss. So back to the discussion of the setback. I think we're weighing the option of a greater setback against taking advantage of our 570 exemption, allowing them to use the land as it's zoned, and providing additional units and what is asked for in our comp plan, which is the missing middle housing. So if you all have thoughts on the setback, I am open to them.
I think when the property was purchased, it was clear that the buffer was a part of that purchase. And I think for us to do gymnastics, to now do a 10-foot buffer, and I'm not even asking for the 50-foot buffer, I'm just saying, put some buffer there, and I think removal of the 2 units that still addresses the fact, I mean, it's not my fault that people buy property with restrictions, and I think it's pretty important that we lose so much of our protection of our town if we now disregard the laws that we have in place through the UDO. It's with variances. I mean, why do we bend over backwards to issue a variance? Why do we do that?
I think that we're trying to decide if the 50-foot requirement
I'm not
makes this
asking
land
for it.
unusable,
I'm not asking for the 50-foot requirement.
but it would be a variance without it.
It would be. And I still think, I mean, I think buyer beware, when you buy the property, you know there's and you know there's a restriction there, and I think point well taken about affordable housing, point well taken about the zoning, all of that, but I also think you've got to do, I mean, we also are on a tightrope. And I think everybody needs to give a little bit, and we're not given anything if we say, oh, here's what the developers want, okay, let's do it. We're not moving at all. They're not moving at all. We're rolling over.
Dover. This is the subject property right here. This is Highland Hills. And this is a pretty well manicured layer of landscaping. Now, don't have any control over that. It could go away tomorrow if NCDOT decided that was undesirable, but it is there presently, and that's the question you asked. But between the edge of Highland and the property line of the subject property, there's nothing in the ditch here that's outside of their property, but in the right-of-way that they can't cut down that is under NCDOT's control.
So back to the previous discussion about what's included in the highway overlay. Does it go, it's because of US 1 that the highway overlay exists?
Yes, ma'am?
And so the highway overlay, does it start at the edge of US 1?
It starts at the edge of the US 1 NCDOT right-of-way. Measurements of the highway corridor overlay, the applicability of it, which goes back roughly, a little under a quarter mile, but then the calculations of highway yard, setback, buffering, parking setback, building setback, those all get calculated back from the edge of the right-of-way.
And did I understand you correctly, that right-of-way contains Highland Hill Drive?
Correct.
So if you're looking at the pavement, don't look at US 1 pavement, you're actually looking at Highland Hills Drive because it's within the right-of-way of US 1.
See, the highway right-of-way is the far side of these trees and the near side of these trees, essentially. It's this entire strip going right through here.
Utility poles are running more often than not.
So, one of the topics that came up at the More 100 thing event last night was a survey or study that has been done regionally on our housing needs. And we didn't actually discuss this in the March meeting, but I think anecdotally, we all know that we have a workforce housing issue.
I think you're making an assumption this is going to be affordable workforce housing, which I'm not sure it is.
Well, by comparison to,
I don't know that it is.
well, I mean, I was using your words. You said affordable housing.
Affordable housing. I do understand the need for affordable housing. We've had no evidence this is going to be that.
I'm just, again, using your words about affordable housing. So I think that, but I think I have experience enough to understand that this product is going to be more affordable than other housing. So,
The price of the product is not a relevant land use decision basis.
so having said that,
You can't base, so you cannot base your decision on the actual product or the pricing of it, okay. But do you have thoughts on the setback and how it would affect the number of units, the ability to use their acreage, the design, I mean, any of what has been
I think
preserved?
characteristics of this property, meaning the Highland Hills being between US 1 and the subject property, would weigh on my opinion on how far this is from an adjacent property, including the highway corridor overlay. The existing landscaping, I agree, what Director Grieve said, it's not our control. We don't know if it'll be there tomorrow. It has been there for a long time. I'm not opposed to it. I asked the question if there was consideration about narrowing up these units to be able to accommodate that. There's 5 feet in between the last product and the overlay or the 10-foot buffer. You can probably squeeze a couple more feet to get to 12 feet on that buffer on the south side of the product and make the difference in the rest of it. But at the same time, I think we're getting to a point of, I feel like we're getting to a point of splitting hairs. 2-3 feet I don't think it's going to make a material difference in the result.
We're not going to get 50.
Yeah, I'm fine with not 50. Yeah.
So what are you asking for?
I'm asking to eliminate those 2 units. And then
Because you
do
don't
a
want the units
wider.
or because you want the setback?
And
So
then
if you
want
want
the
to,
setback,
so I want to know how much setback do you want?
So the unit is 22 feet wide. And so we're at 10, so make it a 30-foot setback.
30-foot setback all the way around? Because then you're going to lose more than 2 units. Not if you go a 30-foot setback all the way around, though.
No, I'm not asking for, on the dark green, 30 feet back.
I'm going to ask, and I like the question of what setback are you looking at? I'm going to ask respectfully that we stick to the setbacks and not the number of units, because as
That makes
Councilman Goodman asked questions earlier, they may change the size of the units and get more in there as a result of being smaller. So yeah, thank you. Land use issue, thank you.
Issue is the setback,
Right.
not the size of the units.
So I would ask for a 30-foot setback, period.
Currently, what they show is 15.
10.
No, the setback is 15.
Right, 10-foot buffer, yeah.
So you would want an additional 15, or you want a 15 planted buffer.
Yeah, I want planted buffer.
So
is
if it
what I
was
want, right.
18 setback and a 15-foot planted buffer,
So that right now is a 10-foot planted buffer, correct? Right. So I would like a 30-foot planted buffer that would be consistent with the overlay on the highway and what we're supposed to preserve as far as the green, as you're driving into Southern Pines. Welcome to Southern Pines, Tree City and home of golf.
Director Grieve, is on the highway corridor overlay, what is the 50-foot supposed to be? Is it a 50-foot planted buffer or 50-foot setback? I just want to clarify what our rules are.
It's a planted buffer.
50-foot planted buffer. Okay. So I do see your point. My fear is that when you go to a 30-foot planted buffer, if that's what you're requesting, you reduce the size of the units, either in order to achieve what we have zoned it, so the rules that we have set out, it's either smaller units or taller. And I'm not sure that I like either of those answers. I don't think we can just ask them to get rid of units in order to achieve planted buffer.
the number of units that they've proposed are underneath the zoning.
It's at the low end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
If we could have an increase, I think 30 feet might be asking too much. You have thoughts?
I think I understood what Councilman Goodman was kind of leading to, relevant to the whole housing issue in our community and how very much we need good housing. My other thought is just simply this: we hire a town staff, planning staff, to do the work of figuring out some of the particularities that we're not necessarily trained to do, but I think everybody on this council is highly intelligent and able to kind of figure some things out. But based on the fact that I know they have talked about this at length, and when I asked Planner Broadwell what was his opinion relevant to the 10-foot buffer, and he said he felt comfortable with it, and I know that has to be that which is in agreement with the entire planning staff. I'm fine with it. I don't have a problem with it at all. So.
Attorney McCarley, is it okay for me to ask the applicant a question, even though we've closed the public hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would the applicant please approach the microphone? Is there any way you could figure out a 15-foot planted buffer plus a 5-foot setback? It's increasing what you have right now by 5 feet.
Yeah, I think there's a way we could do that. I think we could potentially narrow the units to gain that amount. And then I think we could potentially narrow them and then slide them a little bit to the north, and that might be possible. So.
Okay. Councilwoman Peters.
If you slid them to the north, would you have to still reduce the size?
Well,
Is
we'd
it
be-
20 feet, 22 feet?
We're limited because of the sewer line, so we're limited by that most of all, so. And you wouldn't typically want to have the buffer, we could potentially get the buffer closer to the homes too. I mean, you know, that might be another solution, so. But that, you know, from the viability of the plants and from my experiences is that was part of the reason I left it away from it. So that the plants would be creating a healthier environment for the plants. I think you have to think about that as well, so.
Foundation of the building.
I mean, we could consider it, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's, you know, I don't know if that 5 feet would amount to much either. You know, you would add a little bit more vegetation, but, and I don't know if you guys are aware, but actually the landscape buffers, when they're narrower than 20 feet, you actually have to put more shrubs in at a higher rate, according to the standards. So that kind of already helps make up for a narrower buffer in that sort of situation, so.
Ms. Peterson, would you be okay with a 15-foot planted and 5-foot setback?
I have no problem voting against it, that's fine. Yeah, I'd like a 30-foot buffer, planted buffer, so that's fine. I mean, if you're all in agreement, then I need not stand in the way, but you will not have my vote.
I just wanted to go back to this question about so you're saying that a 10-foot buffer requires more plantings? Is that what you said?
Then, yeah, once they get over 20 feet in width, the rate of the shrubs that you have to plant out actually is less. And it's because of that narrower, it's trying to create a more opaque screen of landscaping when you have a narrower buffer.
Ms. Gray, what are your thoughts on?
If I'm hearing, yeah, I would love 15. I hear what Councilwoman Peterson is saying, but you said you would have to reduce the size of the units, am I correct? From 22 to maybe 20 or whatever?
I think to make it viable, yeah, just because, you know, having the buffer plantings directly up against the buildings would actually potentially harm the plants.
Exactly.
So, and because the buffering standards are so ample, like there's so many that you have to do with the, you know, trees and understory and shrubs, that, yeah, that's why we wanted them away from the units.
Okay. Well, it sounds like my suggestion of the increased planted buffer does not satisfy Councilwoman Peterson. And it sounds like my two other council members are okay with it as is.
I am, yeah.
Okay, do you all have other discussion or questions regarding the RCW letter?
I have a question about that. Not so much about the RCW as much as the motion, including the 570 exemption.
What's your question?
He said that any motion regarding this project, granting 570 exemption, would have to be incorporated into the motion, and do you have that? It's not in our packet.
No, you can
Does staff have a written motion?
definitely come up with that. No
And-
problem.
And that includes the revised condition 2.
First thing I want to do is look at those findings of fact. If what I'm hearing is that the council is in favor of, under UDO Chapter 4.3, for development, hold on a second, the landscaping standard, I want to leave a nice trail of breadcrumbs here, if you will be patient with me momentarily here. Under 4.3.4 buffers, which is our landscaping code. Under the buffer requirements, letter B, the requirements for planting a buffer come from Exhibit 4-3, where if you are in a highway yard in an urban transition corridor overlay, you're supposed to be 50 feet. UDO 4.3.8 allows for, let the record show, not variances, capital V, but variations. And I know it's, you know, there's a critical different word, variations. And those variations are contemplated based on the criteria set forth in 4.3.8 that the town council have discussed. Based on that, it sounds to me the town council a majority of the town council are in favor of a 15-foot buffer on the south side adjoining the Highland Hills Road, 15-foot, no?
Just the 15-foot setback, just like what they proposed.
Oh, so we're not in favor of the 10-foot buffer going to the 15,
No,
and that's okay, I'm asking, I'm not.
That was my request. That was my compromise, yes. So I'm willing to compromise and reduce it down to that amount, but I did not get, the rest of the council seems to
Oh,
be
understood.
okay with as it
Then-
is,
Then,
or,
yeah, if we're back to, then no, right now, sorry, I wanted to clarify the landscaping thing first, because I misunderstood where that was headed. Yes, the issue of watershed, easy peasy, give me 30 seconds.
okay. Would you like us to take a break, and so you can craft that motion?
Yeah, that would be ample time. I'd appreciate it.
It's 8:25, let's just take 5 minutes and come back. Can you hear me? I'm just going to extend the break for 3 more minutes until 8:35. All right, it's 8:35. My 5-minute break was not long enough, so I appreciate you guys being patient for a 10-minute break, but I will bring us back to the meeting. To the meeting. We're coming back to the meeting.
Are we doing that right now?
Oh. Nah.
You don't want to find him. Ms. Brown.
You don't want to find him.
Really? You can probably still make it.
You still make Amex.
I'm going in your car.
I'll try to get there.
Do you have, James, do you happen to have the motions?
I got it.
You have it? Oh, okay. You know, without BJ, we can move forward. Got it. Oh! You want more napkins?
Yeah, you do. You need a little cleanup there. Here, you want.
Okay. On to the meeting. All right, I think Councilman Goodman has motions.
I move to adopt attachment 1 of the staff report as drafted as findings of fact regarding the proposed preliminary plat MAPP-01-24.
Is there a second?
Second that motion.
Go by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Motion carries.
I move to approve the preliminary plat MAPP-01-24 with conditions 1 through 4 as set forth in the staff report, plus a condition 5 that 2.42 acres of 570 exemption allocation be granted with the preliminary plat.
Is there a second? I second it. All in favor? Saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. We're now moving on to public hearing C. I think I've got it in front of me now. MAPP-02-24 Clark Street Townhomes. This is also a quasi judicial decision all the same qualifications exist as before as far as expert testimony. I will ask anyone who is planning to present, please stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
I do.
Thank you. And if our attorney will please qualify the counsel.
Does any member of council have a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not susceptible to change?
No.
Has any member of council had ex parte communications about this matter?
No.
Council have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person?
No.
Does any member of council have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Wish to challenge any member of council on the basis of impartiality? Applicant?
Thank you, attorney. Okay, we have Mr. Broadwell, Planner 1, to present on behalf of the town of Southern Pines.
All right, good evening again, everybody. I'll be presenting the second major subdivision and preliminary plat for this evening, the Clark Street Townhomes. And once again, I want to enter the staff report into the record as Exhibit A and this presentation as Exhibit B. I'll follow a similar format with a wide area overview, followed by a site overview, and then get into some site details and our one recommended condition before again handing over to Coons Jones. So for this property, where are we talking about is in between Clark Street and Midlothian Drive, and that is just to the east of where Broad Street turns into Midland Road right there, just to the northeast of downtown. As for zoning, it is RM2, which is slightly less dense, calls for 5 to 7 units per acre. And you'll notice RS1 there to the west and the south, and general business to the east. Okay, now for some site area overview again. This site is also in the high quality watershed overlay, and also again will require 570 exemption should you choose to allocate that. Clark Street is an NCDOT road, and Midlothian is a town street. For this one, the town, will be providing utilities for as well. Here's the site plan, again, for some familiarity. You'll see the 8 townhomes. And as for the buffers, you'll notice the 10-foot buffer on the left side that's abutting the RS1 district, and 20 feet on the right, and that's due to the general business being on that side. I also noticed that it's a stormwater pond in the rear of the property. It is not included in the open space because of its depth. It only qualifies if it's a certain level of shallowness to it. And I'll let Coons Jones speak more into the details of the site. But again, just wanted to put up for familiarity. And I do have there's quite a few things in the staff report that we put up for awareness, and I'm happy to expand on any of those if you all would like me to. There's only one, though, that we actually have a condition we are proposing tying to, and it's this one here. So before I get to it, I just wanted to make sure you all have any questions on those other parts of the staff report.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. So that is the Clark Street street trees. And criterion 1 calls for consistency with the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan policies 4.9 and 4.10 call for safeguarding natural areas and environmental assets in the community and minimizing the amount of tree loss during new development. Now, we don't assess that retaining the majority of these trees would negatively impact this project in any big way, and do assess them as an asset of natural character to the surrounding community, especially in this neighborhood, directly in line with the comp plan vision. And so for that reason, we do propose this condition, which is to prioritize retaining these trees. Now, what does that look like? There's a little bit of flexibility that we've written into that condition. And how it works is some are authorized for removal pending their necessity to remove them for things like installing that access drive and possibly some utilities. Now, how do we control that? That's going to be at site plan removal with town staff, like our engineering partners, our town arborist, just to actually verify that necessity. We'll take a look at their demo sheet and how it's arrayed with their actual utility lines that come to be, and then again, verify that with the street tree requirements as well and that rate. Unless there are any questions on that or anything else in the report, that brings me to the end already. A recommendation of back one slide, of approval with just that one condition of retaining those Clark Street street trees. And then once again, the motion does not include the watershed 570, so we'll just need to write that in as well.
Can you quickly touch on the other 3 highlighted concerns in the staff report? The resolve the tax parcel versus deed map discrepancy, consult with the neighboring GB landowner, and the pedestrian connection.
This was the concerns from planning board?
I think it's from staff. Or it is the planning board, sorry. Yep, it's planning board. I think you can probably, well, I think you disregard that question. I don't know that I can ask.
You can ask.
Can I ask?
Yeah. But
I just can't base my decision on them.
Right.
Okay. Can you touch on those?
Sure. Can we go to the slide that has the tax parcel? Should be in the hidden slides there. Right. They're hidden slides, yeah. Should have fit.
He was
that
over
time
here a
of
while
night.
ago.
James, if you want to speak to them without the slides, I'm okay with that too.
Sure. So just to summarize the tax parcel one, when we looked at the actual deed and the map book that's associated with it, it dates back to a map book from 1929. And that map book does match the site plan very well. But when we look at the tax parcel, there's a big slice cut out of it. And here we are finally. You'll see on that right-hand image, that's the tax parcel, which the actual acreage, there is a slight variation there as well. So just as part of our analysis, wanted to point out to the applicant, you may want to verify this with a lawyer and resurveying just before you actually subdivide everything out. Make sure you actually own every bit of the land on that site plan is all.
Okay.
Do you know if the tax card data shows the same acreage?
It does not. It's slightly varied. It's 1.48 versus 1.52, so it's quite minute. But just given how old that map book is, obviously there was some sort of right-of-way acquisition at some point possibly. As you can look at that general business parcel is also much different than the way it looks in the map book. It's enough of a discrepancy worth taking a look at is all.
Okay. And then the neighboring GB landowner with potential noise conflicts.
This is another thing that we noticed is that there is a GB use right next door. What exactly is going on there, we have not been able to quite flesh out. There's a brick ranch building and roughly 15 vehicles and trailers. Whether that's an operating business, we haven't been able to actually figure that out yet. The concern that we see with that is this person may be operating this business for decades, and now you have a bunch of townhomes and new residents that may not like the loud noises at 7 a.m. and start complaining about it. It might be worth the applicant putting a note on the final plat acknowledging that so that more or less just covers this business owner if there is going to be any friction points between the two.
And then the pedestrian connection.
The opportunity we saw here is that Clark Street is a pretty high-speed road. There is no sidewalk there. And this development is very close to downtown, and the comp plan does call for pedestrian connectivity everywhere. And Midlothian Drive is a much less trafficked, it's a very narrow road, there's no sidewalk either, but it's much more feasible to walk from Midlothian over to Broad from there. And installing a trail that would be great for those neighbors and really connect the community better from a walking standpoint. It doesn't directly connect back to the MP criteria very well, so that's not something we felt comfortable like bringing forward as like a condition of approval, but this would look more like a something the applicant could offer up as a nice plus to the development project. Okay. And it would look something like that. That's a shot of Midlothian Drive as it is today and where a trail could go that really connects that well.
Planning Broadwell, that business that was in that previous slide, is that closer to May Street by chance? I know where Clark Street is, and I know the area.
Zoning slide.
It's right smack dab in the middle of that residential area.
Yeah.
It is. try to outline it. This general business encompasses a large portion of this is just all right-of-way in here. The actual business is just in this little area right here, and actually bleeds into the right-of-way a little bit as well. And as far as May Street, it's right down this way. So May Street, railroad tracks, and then right there, yep.
Okay, thank you. Does the council have other questions for Planner Broadwell before we hear from the applicant?
I have one question. It is, and I don't know if you showed this one, but in our package, we have a picture, and maybe this is a question for the applicant when we get time, but you don't have any more slides, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm good.
Thank you.
Okay, would the applicant like to present?
Pardon me?
Would you mind killing?
Step on him.
Yes, I'm sorry. Has nothing to do with town council business. but
Oh, he
just-
doesn't wanna
just
die.
My quirk, sorry.
Thank you. Let the record show.
Ray said step on the river. Sorry.
It's okay. Our apologies for the distraction.
I got it, though. Good evening again. I didn't get them in one go either. That's probably why I need to apologize. My name is Trevor Hansen, Senior Associate with Coons Jones Design, here on behalf of the applicant and developer, Legacy Home Construction. We'll kind of save a little bit of time. I don't think we need to go over the location of the site. We can skip to the next slide. So site acreage is 1.52 acres. Currently zoned as RM2, residential mixed housing, which is density of 5 to 7 units per acre. The existing use is a vacant lot with a kind of an open field, and you can see in that lower left image a vacant storage building. This is within the watershed protection overlay district, so we are also seeking a watershed protection permit. Go ahead and flip to the next slide. So that's a map of the existing conditions. RS1 single-family housing to the west, and a GB zoning business, kind of like a junk storage yard to the east, and then directly across from Clark Street, also single-family homes zoned as RS1. So the proposed development, similar townhome units, just designed a little bit differently. 8 townhome lots. Again, we think this provides a more affordable housing option for existing and future town residents. Lot sizes are similar in size to the previous preliminary plat we spoke about. They will also be sold as single-family attached townhomes, lots included, and will be sold to potential homeowners. They're, again, going to be 2-story, 3-bedroom units. If we could flip to the next slide. So these ones are designed a little bit differently. The nature of our site allowed us to come in off of Clark Street with a private alley with what's called a hammerhead turnaround, and this would allow for emergency and fire access to be able to pull in and also get turned around and also service the trash at a centralized location. The units, T1 through T4, the fronts would front directly onto Clark Street, and then be serviced with garages and parking spaces in the driveway coming directly off the alley. So these will be rear loaded, and then The other 4 units would would load onto Old Forester Drive private alley, and the fronts of the units would face the open space to the north. The proposed open space is 0.44 acres approximately, which is 29% of the total site. Utilities, Mr. Humphrey can speak to the specifics, but the water and sewer are available off of Clark Street. Noted in the north of the townhome units is a stormwater basin, which will handle all stormwater on the site. Landscape buffers, 10-foot buffer along the western boundary and a 20-foot buffer along the eastern boundary. As it relates to the condition, condition number 1 regarding the trees along Clark Street. So if you would notice, if you can kind of see we've already had a survey done of the existing trees on site, and these are the trees in question. Now, in working with both BJ and James on this, we've allowed for that flexibility, which would be things that we would figure out during the site plan permitting process. So things such as obviously getting access in off of this drive, we'll probably have to take out some trees based on grading and getting the paving in. And then also being able to bring utilities into these units. We don't know the exact amount of trees that we may or may not be able to save in that sort of situation. But we actually had a conversation just yesterday on October 7th that we went over kind of what that might entail as far as discussions, and we feel confident that we'll both be able to come to that compromise during the site plan permitting process. If anyone has any questions,
If you can help me a little bit, Mr. Hanson, I'm kind of familiar with Clark Street. I guess I'm trying to get a beat as to where this is going to be. I know there were some old houses over there. And I don't know exactly. I'm thinking of where the railroad tracks that was at Yadkin Road. Is your development going to be closer to Yadkin Road, or is it past Yadkin Road?
No, it's on I believe it's on the west side of Yadkin Road, if I'm correct.
Down from Yadkin.
Yeah,
and if you
it's
went
closer
you know
to
where
the
Methodist
downtown
Church
area.
is?
Okay. So it's in the vicinity even of Southern Pines United Methodist Church?
Yeah, come down, and as you're coming out of town, before you get to the Methodist Church, you turn off to the right.
Right.
So there's a church to the north. I don't
And
know.
it's going to, yeah, and then it's
On
going to happen
Midlothian,
fairly
right off
soon.
Midlothian Drive. Yeah.
There are single-family dwellings on the right-hand side of that.
Yeah. Okay. So there were no old houses or anything
No,
that...
you're thinking about the ones that we had taken down that had been deserted. I know exactly what
There
you're
was
thinking about.
one, yeah,
Right,
and there
and those
was-
are on down probably another half mile or so near Yadkin. Yeah, your brain's on.
Okay.
Your brain's on.
I think the units directly to the west are newer, single-family homes on narrower lots. So it's a bit more, it's kind of like a medium density
Right.
homes. And directly across the street too, there's some newer units as well.
I do, I have a couple questions. So your presentation had first of all, can we go to the second slide of your presentation? I think it's the second slide.
With the pictures of the site?
No, further back, like this, right there. Go back the other way. One more. So those hatched areas that are in front of that building, what is that? The little, there's a note, I just can't read it. Maybe I could get up.
I have-
residential mixed housing, it's just the.
No, not that, the little hatched areas.
Oh, the little.
Yeah.
Okay, you really, yeah.
I don't have the exact, I don't have the existing.
You want the tiny?
Well, they're both the same and they're. Okay, gravel. So make sure it wasn't wetlands.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll strike through that one. Okay, and then.
Existing gravel, yeah.
Yeah, all right. And so, it says existing gravel in a little garbled way. One of your slides, you have a statement about the amount of proposed open space. That one. Okay, and I don't know whose this is. Is that yours?
That's ours, that's our
Okay.
map.
So I have two questions. One, you say 0.44 acres here, but on this one, it says 0.51 acres of open space. And so I guess my next question is, this one also shows a hatched area of the proposed stormwater management, and is that the discrepancy?
Actually, when we first submitted our plans, we had some comments come back on completeness review where we updated our quantities.
Okay.
And I believe it reduced
Right.
the
so
amount.
Section 4.9 of the UDO on open space, it does allow for a stormwater pond to qualify if it has a certain depth. I believe it should be 6-to-1 rise over run or when.
So this one would probably, because stormwater area is hatched, that's the discrepancy between 0.44 and 0.51.
I believe so because it's just too deep to count, and so I had to take it out of the calculation.
Yeah, it's the plan updated is the one dated 8/22/2024.
And then, does the applicant have any desire to install a greenway connectivity for the residents here to Midlothian?
I think it's something we would consider during site plan permitting, but again, we can't, until we get into that, we would like to consider it during that process, during the site permitting process.
Okay, and then finally, we talk about the utilities. Can we go to that slide where we had that one's fine. You talked about specifically the utilities, possibly removing some of those trees. What specific utilities, like water and sewer or power or all of the above?
Potentially both, yeah. And a lot of it's because we would have to feed both sets of units coming off of Clark Street. And so,
And is there a possibility of doing all those utilities down Old Forester Drive? Water, sewer, power?
There is the possibility of doing it. You'd have to set the.
Sir, you'll need to come to the mic. Sorry about that.
There is the possibility of feeding them down off Old Forester. But the town generally does not like us to put sewer services in the asphalt because of the likelihood of them getting run over and broke, which allows infiltration into the system. We
Under the
typically-
asphalt?
Under the asphalt, but your cleanouts still have got to be brought to the surface.
No, I'm mainly talking about the sewer main and then come in behind the buildings.
What the plan is on this one is the 4 units on the downhill side beside the stormwater pond are going to have pump tanks, and we're going to pump those back up to cleanouts on the right-of-way, which was the recommendation of the town. So we're going to put 4 services side by side to try to narrow the impact area down, and then we'll have other 4 services for the buildings off the front.
Okay,
We're trying,
so then
we're
the
trying to
wa-
group them, we're trying to group them together so that we could fight them between the trees. We didn't want to try to get any of the services too deep beside the trees because we take out the roots. So we were
Yeah, I
trying
was
to,
just thinking that if we kind of go down to Old Forester, then we can mitigate any tree issue other than the ones with the road. Like, I understand the service issue, not being asphalt, but I mean, there is.
when you got, with the water services, those are easy. They're only 18 inches deep. We can put those wherever we need to.
Right.
It's basically the sewer, but we were actually stopping the services at the right-of-way line, and everything else will be a pump line from the back coming up.
And then the units in the front would just have a sewer line for each one going straight out.
And actually, the plan is actually to bring the pump lines up the right-hand side, next to
Like
the
in that
buffer.
green area, sort
Yes.
of in that green area? Or close to that green area?
Yes. That way we minimize all the impacts.
That way, I'm sorry, that way you minimize what, sorry?
Impacts to the trees, so we
Okay.
can miss them. We can dodge them around.
So I think that kind of one of the concerns, I think, prior to me, the projects where there has been, we'll try to preserve trees, and then once the approval happens, it's like, well, we won't. So I'm just trying to figure out a way to mitigate, not condition it, but mitigate it from everybody
With the sewer lines that's coming from the back, they're 1.25-inch lines
for the pump, for the
for the
force
pump
main.
lines.
Yeah.
So we can move those, we can
Around,
weave
right.
them around.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Councilwoman Peterson, do you have questions?
Well, my question, first of all, sir, we probably, just to preserve the record, we should have had you say again who you are. We're in a different hearing now. We should have probably had you identify yourself and your expertise when you were up here before. So if you would do that, that would be great. That would kind of clean up the record.
Lee Humphrey with DNL Engineer, and I'm the project manager.
Okay. And my second question actually mimics what Mr. Goodwin has already asked, and that is, I'm not comfortable with only as a necessity as far as the trees. So the trees are a major concern for me, and the language, they would be removed only as a necessity, becomes a little iffy. In the same way that the response to, would you put in a greenway trail over to Midlothian, it is, quote, something we would consider. Those are the terms that come back to bite us. Those are the sorts of things that come back to bite us because they're not specific. They don't really hold your feet to the fire. And I think that everybody recognizes that the longleaf pines along Clark Street are pretty important to our heritage and to our culture. So here is a tree advocate at the moment. And I don't disagree with the idea of putting all of your utilities up Old Forster, if that makes sense to do it and preserve the trees. But I'm really not comfortable when people say, we're going to save the trees and we'll remove them only as a necessity.
I think the problem is that if we can't make it a condition that's tied to the findings of fact,
Right.
I agree. I would love for you guys to commit to saving a percentage of the trees. I think that it looks like you're trying to do it. I would love to hear that you're putting some sort of a greenway access in, but short of being able to require them to do so, I don't know what we can do.
Yeah,
can.
I think that's what the intent.
Once again, we're trying to
Okay.
achieve a compromise and a balance here. And now, if I may, and
was my-
this is
my
important, I
misunderstanding.
really think, number one, I want to make a point of clarification that this PowerPoint presentation needs to be entered into the record as Exhibit C, because the site plan that's shown on this PowerPoint, we've never seen this. So for example, this site plan shows sidewalks out in front of the buildings that are not reflected on any of the application materials in your packet, number one. Number two, it shows driveways superimposed on there behind the buildings, and the preliminary plat you have in your packet doesn't show the approximate location of driveways in the form of having two different driveways. Now, that said, please know, I'm pointing that out merely for the record. Staff does not, our hair's not on fire about the issue, except that if you compare this image right here to the image that's in your packet of the preliminary plat, you see those sidewalks on the south side of the southern units. Those are right there in that area. And when you compare it back and forth, those sidewalks alone chew up a tremendous amount of that space. I say all this because, for example, you notice that coming off of Old Forester Drive, the Hammerhead turnaround, there's a fair bit of distance between that Hammerhead turnaround and the back of those townhomes, right? There's no reason that area can't be shortened up to bring that southern fourplex further to the north to allow more of that space. The only thing I can think of is the use of that. First of all, it's more asphalt they have to lay down. The other use of that would be outdoor parking for the units. And so tightening that up still allows for there to be a car there, just not as much space. Instead of having two cars plus a place to shoot hoops, you basically just have. So I think there is some flexibility in this, and I think that, to your point, that flexibility is where we can find some condition to, because absolutely the requirement to preserve trees is tied to, and in fact staff pointed out and called out the exact consistency with the comprehensive plan and the exact policies that are in the comprehensive plan. And those trees sitting there are very good specimens of longleaf pine.
So,
No, that's, you can go ahead.
so, how long are the driveways shown on this plan?
So we made the driveways, so the setback off of that right-of-way is 30 feet due to the requirements of the zoning district. Now, BJ had made me aware of this, that we could ask for reduction of that.
We can administratively modify down to 60%. So right off the bat, I would say the town council is to go down to 60% of the 30-foot lops, if I'm doing my math real quick, of 12 feet off of that. So.
Okay. What are we talking about though, when you're talking about 60 feet? I don't know what we're talking about right now.
He's referring.
The length of the driveway. So the length of the driveway, including from the edge of pavement back.
Right.
I think we would need, comfortably 22 feet of space for a truck.
Did hear that
potentially.
that was my question. What's depicted right here? I may have missed that.
It's
Approximately.
30 per feet or greater.
That's around 30 feet. Okay, what it shows is 30 feet. Okay.
Well, 30 feet is just the setback between the old
Correct,
Forester private alley edge of right-of-way. You know what? I got the portable mic. Why don't I run over there and point to this?
Than 30 feet. That's all.
It is. Describe it. Thank you. What I'm approaching the screen to point to is that this is the curb on the south side of Old Forester Drive. This is the edge of the right-of-way of what is that Hammerhead private driveway. This distance from the right-of-way to the back of this is 30 feet. So 30 plus about 4 or 5 feet makes it 35, and he's saying they'd like to keep it to 22. So let's say that's, let's say it's 30, you've got at least 8 feet you could deal with there. If it's 35, you've got very reasonably 10 feet that you could potentially slide this whole unit back, make these shorter, and buy more space up front here.
And even slide the ones on the back further away from the, but that's further off the road.
Staff's analysis isn't that much concerned about this because there's nothing going on here. This is where the existing building is, and it's this strip right through here that is just absolutely glorious.
If we were to pull, to create consistency with the development, if we would match.
Right, whatever's on the front. Okay.
To create consistency.
And so I guess maybe what I feel like some might be more comfortable with, instead of saying we will preserve trees only as a necessity, if it's like, if you agree to just removing the trees that are in the thing and figuring out how to get around the other ones, instead, because it's a lot easier to say, well, we don't have to save it. Let's just cut it down and run this, whatever, versus kind of what you suggested. We'll just go around it, which would be great, but to make the rest of council comfortable, if you say, well, we will go around it, instead of, well, if, out of necessity. And I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I just wanted to bring that up as a potential concern that folks will have about tree save on the front. And I don't know that you can make that commitment or not. I just was asking.
PJ, is the out of necessity language not something that the staff almost put forward out of recognition that the site plan still needed to be done and utilities and everybody else, fire department, everybody would be looking at it, and the necessity was to be determined at the TRC and site plan point, even to the point of if they came in and said, we need these 3 trees to be taken out, but somebody had a better idea of how to thread the needle and save 2 of them, that would occur at that point.
Yes, but we hadn't seen this version showing those
No,
sidewalks.
I understand that, but there seems to be some question around the,
And I
as a
think-
necessity.
and
I
if
think the
that's-
necessity is to be determined at the site plan point
Then
and
we
not
need to say
necessarily
that.
just by.
Then we need to say that. That
It does. It does. The condition,
the
yeah.
intent has to be clear.
The condition does say that, and I think that
If you don't mind reading me the condition as you have.
absolutely. So, while we're reading this condition, please be thinking about this potential for moving the fourplex north to grant more space, because if that moves north by 12 feet and those sidewalks are still there, which may be a building code requirement to get from an egress to the nearest public way to get that sidewalk right there. But if you scooch that whole fourplex north and the sidewalk north and you leave more space, here's how it reads. The project developer shall retain all pine trees possible, 4-inch DBH or greater, on the subject property within 25 feet of the Clark Street right-of-way. Trees that, so that within 25 feet is now, if you scooch that forward, you're back into having that 25 feet. Trees, then there are 3 bullets under that to allow for the flexibility that we heard from the applicant that was necessary. Trees that will intersect with the private alley right-of-way, as depicted on preliminary plat attachment 3, are permitted to be removed. That's obviously where the Old Forester Drive comes in. Trees that the developer identifies as essential to remove for factors like utility installation during the site plan review process are permitted for removal. However, town staff will verify the necessity of removal for each tree during site plan review. This is where the arguing is going to ensue.
Right.
Where staff, quite frankly, would appreciate if you don't feel that language favors tree preservation adequately, I would recommend that you look at that language to say, okay, we still need to acknowledge that there may be some utility constraints, but how do we strengthen that to make it clearer? The priority is to work the utilities around the trees, not remove the trees, not remove all the trees until there's one left that happens to be. So I think that's your
I
area for-
would first strike the word possible, because that's going to be, I mean, retain all pine trees possible means that becomes a subjective.
So the third bullet was town staff will also verify tree protection fencing, street tree rate requirements, and other aspects related to this condition during site plan review. So I just wanted to finish that up, yeah.
Director Grieve, can we set a percentage of trees that do need to remain? I mean, if we say, and I don't know what the right percentage is, if it's you're allowed to remove 20%
Well, they actually have the
as
count.
needed. Well, if that's the actual count, that we can get into the weeds here, but I feel
How
like,
many trees are there, actually? That was my thought.
Shows it, not this one, but we could also probably look at the picture they had that shows.
The applicant, a question real quick. Trevor, is it correct that your exhibit here, you say you have surveyed the location of existing trees, correct? Yes. And is it correct that we didn't receive that in the packet ahead of time? Because we don't have a preliminary plat that shows the existing tree
Yeah,
location.
we received it after we submitted for preliminary plat.
So if you can go, Gerald, if you could go to those trees here and maybe the version that shows the tree locations, which slide was that? Thank you. If you see this one, let the record show that I'm pointing to the Exhibit C, which is the applicant's preliminary plat that shows the location of trees. And I'm pointing out the 25 feet. And what I'm pointing to is that there are multiple trees within that 25 feet. The applicant has presented this as a survey depicting existing trees. And there are gaps between the trees that scaled appear to be as wide as, if this is 22 feet, that gap right there is 22 feet. And there appear to be gaps here that are in the ballpark of 8 to 10 feet. And I would recommend that if this building, I think it's plausible that if they are to work utilities around the trees, I am willing to set forth a professional opinion that is plausible that with this building moved north, they could save all the trees within 25 feet of the Clark Street right-of-way.
except for where the road, yeah.
Excuse me. These got to go, yeah.
Just to clarify for the record, because this is the first time we're seeing this, the trees depicted here that were surveyed are in excess of 4 dBH or some other standard?
I don't know the actual DBH.
I'm willing to bet there's more trees than that based on the picture that are out there. I'm just trying to determine what it is we're depicting here.
Is there a picture of the road? We got pictures galore.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you count the number of things on that plan, it's going to be far fewer trees than you see in the picture. So I'm just determining what it is that we surveyed and are looking at. That's all, just simply for the record, since it is a QJ hearing.
You could also propose, and I'm trying to still balance here what the town council is you could also propose trees within 25 feet of the Clark Street right-of-way, you know, with only those absolutely necessary to remove as determined by engineering or something. Because there is still a desire to allow a modicum of flexibility, but Councilman Goodman, I can't agree with you more about this premise of the argument that comes later is It's just technically infeasible. It's too difficult. And then we're just having to argue about it. And it is much easier for us later to have resolved something now concrete, and it would be helpful, yes. With input from the applicant. Please understand, I'm not just trying to, very understandable.
Applicant, I guess I'll ask the same question as before that I asked of staff and to the applicant as well. Can we set a percentage, assuming, or, acknowledging that some trees do have to come out for Old Forest Drive to go in? It's beneficial to move those buildings back. It gives us more space in front. Can you agree to a percentage of trees, like a maximum that would need to come out?
I think just because we don't know the exact, what the specific minimum DBH was of this survey.
Also, how are you going to determine the limits of the trees to be removed to get your 20%?
Right.
Or
I agree.
whatever percentage? So if are you counting everything within 25 foot of the right-of-way? Is it 20% of everything within 25 foot of the right-of-way? You're going to have to determine that.
Yeah.
If we got something definite that we can work with,
I don't know if
do
the
it.
right-of-way is really our concern. I think we're just concerned about the number of trees that have to be, destroyed as a result of.
Within the front 25 feet of that
Feet.
property, yes.
I mean, as an example, I think within the blue circles on that plan, I counted 22 trees, but that was just one quick count through. And I'm seeing 3 that are definitely within pavement, and that's not to suggest that necessarily all the others could be saved based upon how close they are. But again, not knowing what we're looking at here relative to the survey and what it represents.
I mean, additionally, the site isn't completely flat. There's a steep slope along that western boundary. We will have to put in some sort of wall along that boundary to make everything work. So grading is also a consideration, besides just utilities.
So I think they're all pine trees, looking at images.
I know that they're not, I don't know if there are longleaf pines, but I know that not all of them are longleaf pines, so.
What does the applicant feel like is reasonable language in order for us to achieve saving some of the trees?
I think, if we can push the units back, I don't know what the exact measurement of all those trees in the front are, like the one. So where exactly these trees here are within the limits, and then something we've also need to consider is the required tree protection fence, and how far back from these trees, and not knowing the exact DBH, the tree protection fence is based off of that. It's based off of the caliper of the tree, and then you have to go off I think right now in current code, it's 1 inch or 1 foot per 1 inch away from the tree.
Who was the tree survey done for?
It was done for the client hired that surveyor.
Okay. So they don't know what the DBH is?
It would probably be in the file.
Okay.
This is not a.
On the left side of this screen, beside the Forester Drive, that gray line, is that the retaining wall?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
going to have to be some sort of
Right.
wall here.
So those trees would obviously need to go as well. I'm fine with that. I'm more concerned about the ones in front of the buildings. That's it. And the longleafs that are there, more than the loblollies.
I think if anything, we would come up with a very low percentage based on Director Greaves'
I think a percentage gets tricky because which ones count within the percent? I think a percentage is going to be lots of battle that goes on. How about applicant agrees to work utilities into the property without disrupting the longleaf pines that border Clark?
I would defer to Trevor's landscape architecture expertise on the issue of not necessarily referring to them as longleaf pines because they may in fact be loblollies and other types of.
Okay, so pine trees.
How many trees are you counting in the front of the building that you think are potentially to be saved?
Yeah, this one's
Questionable.
too close.
Okay.
Because of tree protection fence. I believe this one would be too, because, there's a swell here that we have to tie into. So grading right here would potentially be an issue. I mean, these ones here, maybe the ones we'd be able to be saving. And then here, we're running utilities through here.
Lee,
Not knowing where the tree protection fence would go. There's also.
Lee, are you stating that you've figured the utilities out, that they can be run through and between those trees, and you think you've already determined you will not need to remove trees for the utility layout?
No, I have not.
Okay. That's why I asked the question, because I heard Councilman Goodman say, we understand Old Forester Drive and this is all good, and there might have been an option to just say, all right, don't touch it from the edge of Old Forester over, but if that hasn't been figured out yet,
I think you were talking primarily about the force main that you
About
could
the
wrap.
force mains
Yeah, on
back.
the back building.
Okay.
We're going to have to do is, what I'm afraid of is that when you start putting the tree protection fence around all of the trees across the front, then we're not going to have any gaps to get through because of the requirements. So
Could that main be run along the edge of Old Forester so that we're just creating one sort of gap and running everything through it?
Right.
it is,
So-
it's possible. We'll have to get it, once we get into the actual design, we'll determine that. We can work with BJ and everybody, just see if we can pull everything around.
And then do a specific number of trees. If you said, again, applicant agrees to work utilities into the property without disrupting pines that border Clark, up to blank number of trees may be removed to secure the entrance onto Old Forester, but only after approval by the town staff.
May I
Say again?
I think you said how many are remaining rather than how many are removed. It's hard to count trees that are removed because they're gone.
It's just going to get
Yeah, but
Well, I know.
something on the Old Forester is the point. And then if they.
action around it. I may have a straight.
If there's a general agreement that we understand there's going to be something have to come out for access purposes, and if in the process of creating that gap for access, we can also get the utilities into it.
Run it down the edge.
Yeah.
I think that's our magic opportunity, and then in fairness to the applicant and trying to get these units in here, I think that, and your draft about the 25-foot distance.
Yeah.
Within 25 feet of the edge of the Clark Street right-of-way, because if you say 25 feet, it's great, now we can push the buildings further north. Like, I don't want to just say, there was language that went by that was something like trees, near Clark Street. And now it's
Right.
like, well, within how far? And there is a point
Border.
at which, beyond that, we need to get in some townhomes to make this project viable.
What about this thought, BJ? Because I think the direction you were headed was good if we actually had a full count and understood what we've counted and could put percentages on them and things. But what about whatever the width is necessary for Old Forester Drive, added to some width to run necessary utilities adjacent to it, not under the pavement? And it's simply allowing for a corridor of whatever that X width is that I don't have the magic number for, and I'm looking for some assistance. 25 feet back, trees are protected, but you basically allow for the corridor that's going to allow for both the road and the utilities to access the site behind the trees, and you protect the rest of that frontage.
All right.
Right. Agree.
There's the 4 units that front Clark Street. All of those are gravity sewer services that when we go through and dig, they're going to run straight back to the building. They're not
That
gonna be- they're-
non-negotiable?
They're not pump tanks. Force main. So when I go through and dig, I'm going through with.
So that's the current plan.
That's the current.
Is there a way to get them over to Old Forester along the concept I'm talking about of getting everything back into the site through a corridor?
That's my point. So basically, you would just come out of all 4 units, hang a right.
Bring them down the sidewalk.
Topography issue, then move the access road
You'd
to
have
the
to,
other
you've
end.
got 4
Flip it?
separate lines
Yeah.
that you would have to bring, starting from the end, and by the time that you get back, now you're starting to widen your footprint out to
Yeah.
run your separate lines.
I'm simply asking
Yeah,
a question, and I don't want to put you in a position of, we've just agreed to something that Ron and James are going to blow me up over in the morning, so.
I think that's something that we can work through in TRC. By the time we take and push the buildings back to give us a little more depth in there, I think we can do
I
something.
agree, I think it needs to be worked out in TRC. I'm just trying to get
Right, but I want
here
the,
to
yeah,
TRC and.
right.
Here to TRC with a little bit less subjectivity.
Something concrete that we can feel comfortable with tonight, so we're not here all night.
Powers the staff to be able to say, this was not. So it enables some flexibility, but not endless flexibility. So I kind of like what BJ had a while ago, but I think that it is a bit more subjective. The statement was about, I don't remember the word, needlessly, or,
It was only as a necessity.
so something a little stiffer than that. Gave staff the ability to say, you have a way to do this without taking these trees down. Or, you're right, you need to take this tree down, and I'm fine with that too.
I just got a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you dig through, according to the town's ordinances, can you dig through the tree protection fence?
Well, what are you digging through to put in? Utility lines?
A utility line for.
Well,
service.
you know, James and Ron are gonna say if there's any utilities going through that area, they want a utility easement up on top of it. Is this just a service connection, or is this?
Service connection.
Okay, for a service, you know, can you dig through it? Yeah. I mean, we can, if it's an issue of making the tree, of keeping the trees and just rolling the dice on affecting the root zone like that, I'm aware that a pure, you know, a pure arborist would probably say, once you cut through that root zone, you're mucking up roots and slicing and dicing.
And that's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to dig through something and first windstorm, they flip over.
That's right.
So what was the problem with going back to all utilities coming on and off of Old Forester? Can we look at that? Can you not make that happen?
The law states that now the current rules is each one of those services, if it's run gravity, would have to have their own 4-inch line.
Right.
The only way around that would be putting pump tanks in for the lots that actually front Clark Street.
Does it make sense to flip
Doing with the rear lots, correct?
And
Can you flip the whole design? Can you put the road, can you go with topography and let topography be your friend? And put your Old Forester on the other end of the property and preserve the tree and the Old Forester at the top? Is that a third option that nobody's thought about?
it's topo.
Say again?
It's topo. The grade on coming off Middle Earth and in the back goes up hard.
Yeah,
Before
right.
it flattens out. And
I was
that's
trying to help the sewage go the right direction.
If I may, I have an idea. The current language, remember I talked earlier about just sort of tweaking it so that it just favors a little bit more of, okay, the current language under condition number 1. The second bullet says trees that the developer identifies as essential to remove for factors like utility installation during the site plan review process are permitted for removal. However, town staff will verify the necessity of removal for each tree during site plan review. What if it said trees that town staff identify as essential to remove, rather than developer identifies as essential to remove? You just switch the driver's seat to, because I'm aware that Ron and James will absolutely say, But there are also ways to do this that might be slightly more costly, because I'm aware that's what we're trying to avoid here, is what is the least expensive way we can get these served, and that's to a direct line to whatever's existing rather than having to be installed. But if we switch it to, say, trees that the town staff identifies as essential, this is still within the 25 feet only. And this is still, and so it reads otherwise as written, except trees that the town staff identify as essential to remove for factors like utility installation during the site plan review process are permitted for removal. Town staff will verify the necessity of removal for each tree during site plan review.
Okay, so I'm comfortable as planning department. I'm not comfortable if that's Ron making that decision, because he's going to want to take the trees out to protect, not have a root issue.
We are a team, and we function.
I understand that too,
As staff, we
but-
function as one.
But, yeah, let's put some town staff on that decision. That
Is it overly burdensome on staff?
it sure is.
To be clear, Ron's interest is in town-owned and maintained mains. These are service lines.
Okay, cool.
So
All right.
I appreciate that point, and I just, we're a team.
I understand that. I want the people on the team who want to keep the trees. I'm
We have
interested in
spirited
there being
discussions
some
all the
tree advocates on my team, please.
The trees in the first 25 feet from the road. I mean, throw any number out there, and I feel like at least it feels concrete as opposed to just pick trees and get rid of them.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is to add also the condition of at a minimum. So it could be more than, it
So
could
no
be
more
more than
than
that,
half the trees.
but in no situation will you remove more than X.
And again,
Applying a number or percentage, I'm telling you tonight, given the information available at hand right now, is extraordinarily difficult. I think we have to extend a modicum of trust, a modicum. And believe me, I'm the last person in here to
Right.
I am, the position I am in, and a
Yeah.
handful of other positions on that TRC, are the tip of the spear when it comes to arguing on a daily basis. So believe
and-
me,
and
I
we-
get it.
we
But what I'm
appreciate
saying
it.
is, I'm comfortable if it says that the town staff identifies essential to remove, because it now tips it to, you might say, the tie goes to the staff rather than tie goes to the developer.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, but it's still flexible enough that when we're designing, we do need some flexibility, and if we run into 80% and we need 75,
Yeah.
It wasn't going to be
in that
that.
situation, because they're critical.
if we don't
to
have an
this.
agreed upon number from which we're working,
Right.
it's
And that would be really hard to.
because at some point, somebody has to agree on what the count is and what 50% was, and that
Right. So are you advocating for keeping the language only as a necessity, but that necessity is determined by town staff? Is that basically where you are?
I'm fine with that. If I feel that does give again, it tips it just ever so slightly from 51% to the developer to 51% to town staff. I'm conscious also of not being given too much power for town staff, because I'm still conscious of property rights and the desire to get a financially viable project done. And I don't want to take all, that. I just want that to be a negotiation that, however, I can look at Lee or I can look at Trevor across the table at the TRC meeting and say, do you remember that night or not? Because we.
I think,
You're okay
speak
with
for
that?
myself, BJ and James and Bob has also had this conversation, Bob Coons had this conversation yesterday about this specific thing, and understanding, that we're gonna have to sit down and talk about this during that site review process. And so I'm confident that even if you were to tweak that small language,
I'm good with it.
I'm grateful for the communication between everybody. I'm just curious, and this may be a moot point, but how is it that diagram that we saw tonight, town staff had not seen? Just curious, what happened to, something fell, something didn't get across. I mean, did y'all forget? I mean,
a lot of it's because we trying to move the project along, we kind of did a little bit of advanced design that often developers and consultants do to try to prevent from losing time. And so we kind of had those things worked out, because those sorts of things actually need to be worked out when you go into preliminary plat. You need to have them in there, and so that's why it had been in there.
Okay, but Trevor, you're about to take the wrath of Ann Peterson. I hate surprises, and I hate my planning department not seeing things before we get here, and I hate when they tell me that that's new to them. So let's stop. Let's
Okay.
not make that a practice. Let's have it in their hand when it's supposed to be in their hand.
In all fairness, our staff has time between when they submit this to put together their presentation as well.
Yeah, that's understood.
I think that's fair.
Part of the presentation, I get
That's,
that.
that's sloppy and that's not okay, and that does not make us feel good about things. And I am,
I apologize.
yeah. let's
That,
not-
yeah,
Outside of the requirements, you
Yeah.
don't have to make us happy. What I would like to move on to is the Greenway Trail. It's 9:37 at night. Tell me what you can do for the Greenway Trail so we can all get out of here. Is there a chance that there's a Greenway that connects to Midlothian?
it is possible, yes.
Okay,
How possible?
thank you. What percent?
We'll have to, and I'm
I-
gonna qualify this.
Okay.
We'll need to work that out during TRC because there are grade issues.
Okay.
And it can't be just a straight
Sure.
grade because we may end up having to put steps in.
Yep.
And that's just something that we would have to work out with during the TRC, once we get into actual design to see how feasible it is.
Can you commit to a connection during TRC?
There has been, and I'm going to qualify this again, there has been things in the past where they wanted a grade where somebody could take a bicycle down.
I'm
Do
okay
you,
with steps.
do you
If you
allow
can
us
put a
to?
connection in, I'm okay with a connection.
We can make a connection.
Okay,
It's just what it's going to actually end up being when everything's done.
okay. Well, I think, did you want to see another,
He's not with you.
they're still working on language. Did you have another question? about the
Gerald.
Greenway?
Oh, okay. Not that one. It's the one that shows the topography lines, then like the green stormwater, any of them with the topography lines.
Was that in our presentation, or was that maybe in Trevor's?
It's in Trevor's, it's on,
That one.
Yep.
I think that's it.
Do we see the paper copy?
So that looks fairly flat on to the left side, to the west side of the stormwater pond. I'm sorry.
we got grade issues coming down.
Oh, I wasn't, oops. Yeah, okay. I was just, for the record, referencing this map
The site plan in
Site plan.
and the grade telling the northwest corner about the ability, because it looks relatively flat on the left side of the stormwater pond, and then, I mean, it can wrap around to get to Midlothian. It doesn't have to be a straight path.
What it doesn't show is the grading for the stormwater pond that actually pulls back. So we'd have to fight it around the grading for the pond.
So the white line is not the slope, doesn't include the slope?
No.
Okay.
So
It's the edge of the pond.
it's,
The edge of the bottom.
is the edge, but the grading actually lays
Right.
back
That's the edge of
further.
the bottom of the pond,
Yeah.
is what that shows. Okay.
So
I got you.
there again, it would come back to during the TRC.
But to back up a little bit, was there a commitment to a connection?
The Greenway? Councilman
Yeah,
Green?
yes,
Just something
yes.
that can get people to a sidewalk.
I think,
Sorry. Okay, thank you. I saw you backing away from that microphone. I didn't know if we got an answer. Thank you.
Just getting them back to Midlothian.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from the council for the applicant or staff? That's great.
Director Grieve, oh, I'm sorry. Would you have possibly an amended motion, I guess, based on the discussion we've had?
Yeah, the findings of fact are still solid because the findings of fact do tie the connection back to the comprehensive plan criteria and the comprehensive plan and calls out what sections of the comprehensive plan. I would say that for condition number 1, what we recommend is if you read in your packet, the project developer shall retain all, I would strike pine, all trees possible, and strike possible. The project developer shall retain all trees 4-inch DBH or greater on the subject property within 25 feet of the Clark Street right-of-way. Now, because we got rid of possible right there, it seems like we're saying all, except that, then when you get to bullet number 2, you say trees that the town staff identifies as essential to remove for factors like utility installation during the site plan review process are permitted for removal. However, town staff will verify the necessity of removal for each tree during site plan review. I'm trying to keep it simple and not get in there and slice and dice too much and just move forward.
I need to close the public hearing unless you have other questions.
I think we're good, but we
I just need to close the public hearing unless we have other questions.
Okay.
All right. No, I was just discussing that with the council. So I am now closing the public hearing. I mean, do you want me to ask?
Do it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I retract closing the public hearing and would like to provide an opportunity if anyone from the public is here that would like to speak, that now is the opportunity. You will need to be qualified as a witness and sworn in. Okay, seeing none, I now close the public hearing. All right. Council members, how do you feel about the conditions as revised by staff?
It's good, and there's language now with some connection to Midlothian. You're okay with that? That there's a commitment to a connection to Midlothian, a walking,
A greenway,
Well, so there was,
a commitment for a
there was a
greenway.
verbal commitment to a connection.
to Midlothian.
But not as a condition.
It is a condition, I think. Did you?
I think it would be a condition. He did say that he might have to provide steps, and I said I was okay with that. Is the rest of the council okay if steps are necessary? Okay.
Do we get into an issue with, I mean, it's not a building. Do we get into an ADA issue?
It's private.
It's private, it's not a building, it's private, okay, so we're, okay. Yeah, just,
If it's
okay.
necessary, any connection's better than no
Yeah,
connection.
no, well, say that to somebody in a wheelchair.
No, I agree, but,
I got you. No, we're good.
yeah. Okay.
I think we can add a. Under finding of fact number 2 as drafted, there's a strong connection back to plans for streets, alleys, parks, playgrounds, and public utility facilities. And so I think that a condition with a pedestrian facility accessing Midlothian, if that were to be the condition later, the concept of it, I think there's a basis for it in finding of fact number 2 already.
Okay.
All right, does the council have any other input?
So then condition number 2 could just be drafted when you get to that point, and it could just be that a pedestrian connection be provided to connecting the subject development to Midlothian.
Just to clear the record for expectations, pedestrian connection may or may not, and please fill that in, mean our Greenway Trail standard or something. It may just be a pedestrian connection to make sure somebody can get to Midlothian, so.
Required that it.
6 feet wide and
Yep,
6
what
inches
it-
depth of screening or
Yeah.
whatever, yeah.
Just want to be clear on that.
That's a good point.
Are you, Director Grieve, writing these?
He's writing like a crazy.
Okay.
Dr.
I thought you were Dr. Grieve.
Dr. Grieve, are you comfortable saying the motions and allowing council,
Or email it.
or
Like we did
email
while
it?
ago.
I can read it out, you can say something like so moved.
Okay, great. That'll be great.
But we need to do that second.
And while he's working on that, we need to take public notice of the fact that we're going to have Bill's birthday, even though he's not here.
Oh, today's Bill's
But not,
No,
yeah, it's coming
Friday?
up.
Next Friday?
Next
I can't remember.
Friday, yeah. Happy birthday, Bill.
Happy birthday, Bill.
I actually checked with him. I pulled up my
Councilman
calendar. I was like, is this your real birthday?
It's on my calendar.
His birthday.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Anna.
birthday, Anna.
Oh,
Be
Okay,
careful, we might stay here until your birthday.
right? We're
Okay,
almost
we're-
there.
we're trying to give you some time, BJ. Trying to, offering up a little time here.
So, we can do the, you ready?
Yeah.
We have not.
You ready for us? Okay.
And we can,
Who would like to make the motion?
so I move
To adopt.
attachment 1 of the staff report as findings of fact regarding the proposed preliminary plat MAPP-02-24 with the following changes as suggested. That's correct wording by our.
Okay, as
Okay,
drafted.
oh, at the top one? Okay, well, then I move to adopt attachment 1 of the staff report as drafted as findings of fact regarding the proposed preliminary plat MAPP-02-24.
Is there a second?
I can't. Second, I'm sorry. I thought you was a big second. I never make. Sorry.
Pay you to put that in the minutes. Miss Gray just seconded her own motion. I'll second her motion, though.
Perfect.
It's,
All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm used to Bill. I always say it. Okay,
Second and I.
Okay, and then staff, would you like to read into the record the second motion? Oh, wait, I'm pausing.
We're trying to parse out which
Okay.
of the two plats
Okay.
is being adopted, whether it's the one in the application or the one shown tonight.
That was administered into evidence?
Both of them are in evidence.
Right,
One's in the application.
right.
One was submitted by the applicant.
Exhibit C.
Submitted tonight.
That's a good point.
Right.
Yeah, you know what, that's a good point. That's a really good point. If I may, we are fine with going the one as submitted in the packet, because that one.
Will someone hand,
That is moving towards site plan, towards site plan. Preliminary plat requirement does have certain preliminary plat requirements that we've reviewed during completeness review to make sure they're in there. The modifications as discussed from that preliminary
hey,
plat.
BJ, we're not going to be able to hear anything you just said.
This battery's dead.
Can you just grab somebody's microphone or step up here or something, just so that what you're saying is on the record? I'm sorry I let you get so far into it.
It's great, it takes a village, it's fantastic. Okay, so, yes, thank you. Attorney McCarley's point about which of those, whether it be the ones that were in the preliminary plat that was in the packet, are we adopting the preliminary plat as depicted in the packet, or the one as depicted in Exhibit C? In the context of that, and then your point, thank you, about a preliminary plat, proper noun, has to contain certain things, that hasn't been reviewed whether or not it contains those things. So although that is a visual depiction of a more progressed version of a site plan, the preliminary plat itself, we're better off adopting that which was in the report, because those additions are minor modifications that are natural that come during the site plan review process. So while I thought it was important to point it out for purposes of what was being communicated by that image, for technical reasons, the preliminary plats in the packet is a good one. So we don't need to modify that language. So we are into what you asked me to do, which was for the second motion, you've adopted findings. The findings support the condition number 1. And so I will put forth for the town council's consideration that you would approve the preliminary plat, MAP 0224. with the
MAPP.
MAPP, excuse me, 0224, with the following additional condition, and it reads as follows. The project developer shall retain all trees 4-inch DBH or greater on the subject property within 25 feet of the Clark Street right-of-way. Bullet point, first bullet point, trees that will intersect with the private alley right-of-way as depicted on preliminary plat attachment 3 are permitted to be removed. Bullet point number 2, trees that the town staff identify as essential to remove for factors like utility installation during the site plan review process are permitted for removal. However, town staff will verify the necessity of removal for each tree during site plan review. Third bullet, town staff will also verify tree protection fencing, street tree rate requirements, and other aspects related to this condition during site plan review.
Is there a motion?
There's one
Someone-
more.
Whoa, whoa,
There's
whoa,
more.
sorry, something else is happening.
So the connector, did we just do the connect, did I miss it?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. 1 second, and I have that.
And then Deborah, if you want to make the motion, we'll say so moved.
And condition number 2, thank you. I was so focused
does
on
take
number
a
1.
moment.
Condition number 2, you mentioned the number 6 foot, so I went with that a minimum 6-foot pedestrian connection be provided from the proposed townhome development to Midlothian.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor vote by saying aye.
Yeah, they looked really surprised about the 6 feet. I don't think you got, the 6 feet was new news to the developers. It was,
Yeah, I think we agreed to a connection.
a sense of fairness.
So just,
Clarify, the 6 feet was to not hold them to a standard of the town's greenway
Which would be
trail.
10 or 12 or something like that.
so can we,
6.
can,
Yeah.
Greenway is
I think the only thing they committed to, I think the only thing they committed to is a connector, which, I hope that they don't wimp out on that.
Okay, okay.
Right.
That a, okay.
Sense of fairness here.
If I may reread it then for clarity, that a pedestrian connection be provided from the proposed townhome development to Midlothian.
So moved.
all those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And just to make sure it was on the record that Ms. Gray seconded, because I'm not sure if her microphone was on. Okay. Thank you, guys. The motion carries. And we are done with that hearing, correct? All right. Moving on, we have nothing under action items. I did have one of our council members had a question regarding political signage.
Yes, I
Would you
wanted
ask
to kind of get on the public about, we're in a election time, and I know that I've had some questions about what our ordinance is regarding political signs, the timing of installing political signs as it relates to the election versus election day versus early voting versus absentee voting. So I kind of wanted to get the staff's opinion on what our rule is, how it reconciles with state law, and so on and so forth.
We can do that, absolutely. Somehow after the formality of those meetings and having to think about the framework within which we're functioning, this question now seems fun. I feel like clearly I can shake everything off a little bit and just get into signage, which is so much fun. Thank you for the opportunity to provide clarity on exactly how staff administers this, how we interpret things, and what the UDO says about that for the sake of getting it on the record. Okay. Signage is regulated by the Unified Development Ordinance under Chapter 4, Section 4.6. And there are all kinds of restrictions on signage, and I want to put in a plug for the sign code. What an outstanding job it does in keeping the arms race that is signage from proliferating. That said, there are many types of signs that are specifically set forth as certain temporary signs not requiring permits. So these are signs that can go up without a permit. One of those types of signs is signs erected in connection with elections or political campaigns. And here's how the UDO reads, the town of Southern Pines' UDO reads on that topic. The maximum allowable sign area of any such sign shall be 6 square feet. Each sign shall be located no closer than 10 feet to the paved portion of a road or 10 feet from the edge of the travel portion of a non-paved road and may not be attached to a tree or other living plant material. No more than one sign per candidate shall be permitted for each street frontage per lot. Such signs may only be erected within 2 weeks of the date of the primary, general, or special election and must be removed within 2 days following the primary. We enforce that on within 2 days following the primary, general, or I stopped reading.
That's where
Yeah,
you
sorry.
removed them.
Removed with it, I'll just keep going and then. Within 2 days following the primary, general, or special election voting day for which the signs are intended to serve. Okay, I want to pause there because we enforce that on town jurisdiction, private property, as well as town rights of way. We do not enforce that on NCDOT rights-of-way that have their own special section under the transportation section of North Carolina General Statute. So here's how we administer this.
But pause, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. But the day of the election counts as early voting day. Am I right? This is what I covered with you and,
No, the day of the election, in this case, upcoming is November 5th.
November 5th.
Now, we take, because early voting starts October 17th.
Correct.
And every year as we enter this season, we look at the calendar on the Board of Elections and we say, okay, early voting starts on this date. We consider to be early voting the day when someone can begin to vote.
Right.
So therefore, that's the day when campaign and political signs are attempting to influence that decision.
Right.
So therefore, we back up for town property and for town rights-of-way, we back up 2 weeks prior to that.
from the 17th,
Yeah, which puts
Right.
us 2 weeks prior to the 17th.
the 3rd.
Okay. So yeah, we're back on October 3rd. And then for NCDOT rights of way, we look at it as 30 days prior to October 17th. So you're back into September 17th, and that's why on most NCDOT rights of way, you started to see signs going up mid to late September, and that's fine.
But right now, citizens can put up political signs on their private property. It's within the time period.
Absolutely,
And
pursuant
that
to.
probably
Yep.
answers your question. That's all we needed.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted the opportunity to kind of speak.
Well, no, that is it. That does answer it, but I wanted to hear, did you have, what else you had?
I also wanted to say,
10
just
o'clock at night,
for
yes.
clarity on this, we have not pulled a single political sign, legitimate political or campaign sign this season, period. So if there's rumor out there that we're pulling signs, it is untrue. We have not pulled a
It
single
is not the town
legitimate
pulling
political
sign.
sign.
Been a sign pulled.
Signs have been pulled, right.
Well, there has been a sign pulled by the town. I can't speak to signs that have been
Okay.
pulled elsewhere. And it was because a call came into our office and a call from our office went to Lisa Webb and she said, please go ahead and grab that. And it's along this issue, and if the council
Oh,
wants to
thank
change
you.
the
Thank
policy,
you.
that's fine. But part of a vast majority of the town's very significant or visible sites, be they parks or buildings, actually lie on DOT roads. So we lose the ability to utilize the more restrictive town code, and the DOT kicks in and signs go up in mass and whatever. Historically, part of the state code is that even though you can place it in the DOT right-of-way, you should have the permission of, or at least it can be asked to be removed by the adjacent property owner. The town has held a pretty consistent policy of we don't wish to have, and this oftentimes comes up in front of police and fire stations, because elected officials like to immediately post signs and give the impression that the police might be backing them or the firemen might be backing them. We also see it a lot with the downtown park in particular. We've just simply said, please do not use the right-of-way along those DOT right-of-ways in front of town facilities. For the longest time, it was just a fire thing, and it took a fire chief to call up a person and say, please don't post that out there. It does create a conflict. But, so the one that has been pulled was an individual that, and I don't know if they put it there or a supporter put it there, but it was in front of the downtown park. And it happened to be an individual I ran into that afternoon at a speaking engagement, and I let them know why it had been pulled and that it wasn't anything personal and that they might be hearing from our code enforcement officer. And they apologized and said it was something they had at the Autumn Fest event over the weekend and they just didn't get it pulled up. So that is one that I'm aware of that has been pulled. I'm being very upfront about how the town has dealt with that along the DOT, but it is a policy type thing. And if the council says no, let people just throw signs up along the right of way, then we'll have to recognize that. But again, it really started with and originated out of, and it's not the current police chief or current fire chief, it's been a long-running sort of thing and some things that took place. So I'm just making council aware because the question's being asked and it may get written up in some form that as a standard policy, we have not provided permission on those DOT right-of-ways in front of town facilities.
That's great. I have no desire to change that policy.
No, I agree with you,
I think that would
Councilman.
make things real confusing.
I think it's disrespectful.
Yeah, it's good. Awesome.
I would, if I may, I would also just like to clarify that right now, when the position was hired at the front desk in our building, it freed up from Lisa Webb, our code compliance officer, freed up from her approximately 12 hours per week on average, because she was doing a front desk duty shift, and she was also doing helping with backflow. And that position is doing both backflow and the front desk. That time, I immediately applied that time to additional enforcement of our sign ordinance, because the temporary signs advertising roofing contractors and were just getting out of control. We couldn't keep up with them. So we took that extra 12 hours and we said, we're going to do, we refer to it in the office as a surge, if you will, of portable sign code compliance. And so we've been collecting them aggressively. We have teams doing it. We're kind of all hands on deck in an experiment to see, does it help if people see that they're not out there? And so the reason I'm hastening to add this is because I understand that that resource that we got made available coincides somewhat, unfortunately, with political sign season, but we are not touching political signs. We are looking for those that strictly are not those that are allowed without a permit. So that is, of course, every time you do that, certainly people, there's a bit of anxiety or a little bit of energy that comes from pulling those signs and pursuing compliance. But I'll tell you, our three-step process is the first time we pull them, we give you a warning. The next time we pull them, we take them to the office. The UDO allows for a $5 per sign charge to get them back. We give them back with the $5 charge, and we hand them a notice of violation. The next time, so that'd be the third time. The next time, if you put them up, we don't take them down, we document them, and we then assign the $50 per sign per day fine by documenting them. But it's on the third instance. And if you get to that third point, come on.
Seriously.
I want to express our appreciation to your department, of course, and to Lisa especially for getting those signs out of the ground. I think sometimes when they're not there, you don't notice them. And so we take it for granted how beautiful the town is and how nice our intersections look because they're clean. And when they do go out, they get noticed. So we appreciate the things that are unnoticed.
You have no idea how much we, the entire team, appreciates you saying that, because we all take part in it right now, so thank you.
One quick question. If there are other political signs in front of other town properties, is the council okay with the staff pulling those?
Yes.
I think signs in front of town properties should not be put there. I agree with the statement that Manager Parsons, it's late. Reagan, that you made it. Yeah, if you put a sign in the right of way, you ought to have permission, or it shows that the person in that property, if it's private property, it expresses that they are supporting that person. So if it is in front of a town sign, it is not our role or the town's role to endorse somebody. So I think that those should come out, yes.
That will result in a few more signs being pulled.
I think that's fine.
It's all right.
Are you guys okay with
It's all
that?
right.
Controversy.
Okay.
Make it really clear what's okay and what's not.
Notified, or the political party would be notified maybe, and the rule be shared with them, right?
Let me ask a question about that, Attorney McCarley. If, let's say you're coming up the exit ramp from US 1 to Pennsylvania, where the fire department is, and there's a sign there on the corner, is that considered in front of a building on town property?
Which side of the road would it be on?
The right side, where
The adjoining
on
property is the
Pennsylvania, but
town's
as you come up to the stop sign, I mean,
part that adjoins the firehouse?
Yeah.
then yes, we probably own that property. It's subject to a right-of-way, but the town likely owns the underlying fee to that property. I used to live on a corner near a school that was an election site, and I had people putting signs in my yard all the time. So I had to look it up and figure it out. And the answer
Your
is,
decision.
the right-of-way is for use by the public as a roadway, not
Right.
as a sign location on property I own. Same for the town.
I will offer this conversation as a precursor to one that is going to have to be had at some point about our sign code in general, because even the state, in having a special carve-out for political signs, isn't in concurrence with a Supreme Court decision that I'll let good Dr. McCarley address right now.
There's a 2015 U.S. Supreme Court decision that basically says you can't regulate signs on the basis of content. and that has been shortened.
Off-premise versus on-premise.
Yeah, on premise. And that has been shortened by a lot of lawyers to be, if you have to read the sign to know how to regulate it, it's unconstitutional. Court has now backed off of that a little bit, but the general notion is you can't just have a rule that says, this is how we regulate political signs, this is how we regulate yard signs, this is how we regulate real estate signs. You've got to basically say, signs in this location may be this size and may stay here for this length of time. Content neutral. We're going to have to eventually make our sign ordinance content neutral.
And it's called for in the comp plan, and it's on the list for phase 2 of implementation is to go ahead and tackle the sign code, at least at bare minimum. The content provisions, we have a draft of it already, actually.
I cannot wait.
Thank you both, all three, for that information. I think it was important because I've had questions about it, so.
Good.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Indeed, there is.
Second.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Hannah, happy birthday.
2 hours, less than 2 hours.
Bill.
Right. She's been here. She's been here. Oh, my God.
Yes, we don't allow signs in our right of way, period. Gotta get challenged.